Jolly, I have some news for you. Did you know that people on your friends list show up with an orange name? Unless you've changed your name, it'll be pretty easy for me to point you out. Just a little easy. I don't want to scam you out of 5 gifted subs here, but it will not be a challenge. Also, holy cow, monk changes. What do you mean? Like, when? Before? Are they good? We were just talking about monks the other day. I paused my hype music for you, Tara? What an honor, Dire Fox. What an honor indeed. In 14 monk changes. When did they do them? Is monk good? I want to play monk because I want to punch things, but everyone's like, it's my least favorite class. I was like, oh. People were saying that they would level it last over anything else. They revamped the class for Endwalker. Oh, okay, so these are probably not like super new changes. It's probably still the fact that it's still people's least favorite. Tales of loss and fire and something else. Wait for it. Wait for it. It's coming. Give it a second. It's coming. Flames. That's what it is. Hi. Hi, guys. Happy Thursday. Monk isn't bad. It's just busy. Like, define busy. Like clunky. Like pressing a lot of buttons with not like a clear, enjoyable way to press them. They changed it to least positionals, and you have resource called chakras. Oh, it's super easy now. Because the thing is, like, red mage doesn't feel clunky to me because you swap between spellcasting and then your melee combos, right? You have 2 different combos. You use them, well, not combos exactly when you're spellcasting, but you have two different like modes, and it's very easy and clear when you should use both. You know what I mean? But the only way that I saw monk described to me was you have 2 different combos, and that's all I retained. They were like, you have 2 different combos and you can use either one, and I'm like, but why? I don't fully understand. I don't fully understand. You messed up your glam? This is so sad. How could you do this? Also, gamers, I want you guys to be proud of me. I dealt with my armory chest a little bit. I didn't get everything out. I didn't fully clean it, but I dealt with a lot of it. See you in Eulmore? Yeah, so that's another problem. How do I get back to Eulmore? Because I may have gone back to the Crystarium in order to access my glamour chest. So we might have a little bit of a problem. Assume your main combos are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay, I'm assuming. Izagi, guide me. Guide my brain through a mental exercise of the monk rotation. Still tied, then travel there. Okay. Cute bean! Look how cute. God, I love him. I love him. So those that are in the Discord, you probably saw the screenshot of the bunny that I made. I think I'm currently resolved to reach the Lalafell only area. I don't remember what X-Pack that's in. It might be in this X-Pack. And then once we reach the Lalafell only area, we may become Bunny. We may become Bunny Boy because I made a cute Bunny Boy and I want to play him. I want to play him because he's very cute. Still tied. Crystarium. We may have a problem. Mortsuk? No. Oh, still tied. Kaluja. There we go. So I wasn't in your welcome to Shadowbringers moment. Big sad, but welcome to it. Hey, chat. I assume you caught up on the VOD, right? And saw it? It was nice. It's okay you weren't there. Don't beat yourself up. It's this expansion, but later. Okay. So we will stay Lala till at least that point. And then we'll decide from there what we want to do. So we're in Still Tide. And we go this way. This doesn't feel right. That's to the Crystarium. Oh, we go this way. To Yulmore. Okay. More Yule. Yeah, you caught up on the VOD. Yeah, it was really special. It was really, really, really special having everyone gathered there. But I mean, also don't beat yourself up that you couldn't be there for it. So if your buttons are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, it's gonna be like 1, 5, 6, 4, 2, 3, 1, 5, 3, 4, 2, 6, etc. Cause 5 self buffs with a weird time, and 6 does a dot, and 4 buffs. 1, but you have to start with 1 either way, and 2 and 3 do more damage. Oh, that sounds busy. Feels like an appropriate word. That sounds busy. It doesn't sound like it would feel good. Do you know what I mean? Like, do you know, like a feel good mechanic is like you go 1, 2, 3, and then like maybe like 1, 4, 5 or something like that, and like 1, 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, something like that, where you're always kind of alternating between the two. But that kind of sounds kind of all over the place, and that's without the off global cooldown stuff. Yeah. Ready for hide and seek in Yulmore? Okay. Wait, maybe I need one hint. Did you full Fantasia? Did you fully Fantasia or just change the glam? You have new glam. Okay, just a new glam. Okay. Are there any fun side quests here? No. Village of Woe. Oh, guys. Wait. Before we do anything, should we unlock Reaper before we get too far into questing? I kind of feel like we should, because then it might hit a point where the Reaper can't do the MSQ anymore, because they won't be level 71. So I think if we're gonna unlock it, we do it now, since our quests are still level 70. Where are we? Blessed Instrument. Yeah, it's still level 70. Reaper is fun for sure. Let's go do it. And I'll look at the bars and decide if it's too complicated to learn right now. But if it's not too bad, I think we'll do it right now. Where is Reaper unlocked? I'm gonna guess Mordona. I don't think it's Mordona. Kurthis. Foundation. No, that doesn't sound right. Ulda, thank you guys. Ulda, of course. That's what I was gonna say. Of course. I was just testing you guys' knowledge. That's all. I think we'll unlock it. We'll play around with the buttons and we'll see if we can quest with it. And if we can, we'll do that. Thank you for the stretch and hydrate, by the way, Jolly. The only issue I think we're gonna run into is I don't think I have accessories for the class, like rings and whatnot, unless I've happened to collect them, or maybe I have a coffer of them. I have a lot of coffers here of like random levels. Primal accessories of slaying might be okay. Slaying? Maybe not. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Rise and Fall of a Gentleman. Corpse Groom. The Killer Instinct? That sounds kind of Reapery. Peace for Thanalan. So you want to be a Thaumaturge. This Killer Instinct sounds kind of Reapery. Monk is like Astro, so busy. But compare it to Scholar, because I've heard Scholar is like a million button presses. Like a million buttons, which is why I never was. I didn't realize that Ulda was all dressed up too in pumpkins. That's heckin' cute. But yeah, I've been warned that Scholar is like, you need like double the bar space. You. Soul of the Reaper. Hey, would you look at that? Boop. Astrologer isn't as bad as Monk. Astrologer just has some extra stuff. Gotcha. All 3 main cities get dressed up for events. I thought maybe it would just be Gridania, so that actually makes me very happy. Look at his little pumpkin. Happy little pumpkin. You there. You're the fighting sword, yes? By the looks of it, one of no something skill. My employer is in desperate need of a man of your talents. You see, he's been beset by threats from an unsavory group of thugs known as the Lemures. Their leader demands my master part with some of his considerable wealth, or, well, I'll just tell you they called her the Reaper, and leave the rest to your imagination. We don't intend to acquiesce to these churlish demands without a fight, and a stout arm by our side would go far to ensure our survival. Your arm, perhaps? In case the opportunity to perform a good deed isn't enticement enough, please be reminded that my master possesses considerable wealth. If you would aid us, come with haste to the Sapphire Avenue Exchange, where we make our stand against these brutes. That's an interesting quest jingle. That's an interesting Endwalker jingle. That's kind of why I didn't want to do Reaper off stream, because I wanted to like have the jingles. And I don't know if it has, hello? Hello, what is happening right here? If the story was good at all in the Reaper questline, I didn't want to like skip it. I didn't want to like skip it by doing it off stream. I feel like we just walked across something that we were not meant to. That row was in tight red underwear. I think maybe they shouldn't have been in the public eye. Ah, you! I know why you're here. And if you mean to lay a finger on my coin purse, you'll have to pry it from my cold, lifeless... Master Gigilio. He's a friend. This adventurer has agreed to help and will show the Reaper what her empty intimidations are worth. Ah, I see. My apologies, sir. Tensions have been high as of late, as I'm sure you can understand. For reasons that elude me, these Lemures have made my life a waking nightmare. Sight unseen, they have demanded I begin paying them for the luxury of my own life. Rumors abound of their origins. Some say they are detritus of some barbaric nation. They flout our laws and threaten their betters with impunity. They're led by a dead-eyed killer who draws her scythe at the smallest slight. Refuse their payments of coin, and she takes her share of your lifeblood instead. Rubbish, I say. The Reaper is not but a toothless bandit. Hi, Limbo. Welcome in. Interesting theory you have there. Care to test it? Oh, we're gonna unleash our edge, dude. Look at this. You're the Reaper. How am I doing? I'm doing really good, Limbo. Welcome in. How you doing? Oh, you're a perceptive one, ain't you? Suppose that's how you came to be in possession of so many shiny things. And what do we have here? Hiring more help while our ledgers remain unbalanced? You wouldn't be trying to wriggle your way out of paying us for a job well done, would you? What was that about sight unseen? You've hired these Lemures before? What's going on? We're unlocking the Reaper class. My. How do you keep the lies straight? You didn't tell your hired muscle here what great friends we were. So great, in fact, that you trusted none other than me and mine to put the scare into your competition. A job we're happy to do. You can't find your fortune in this fair city without stepping over a few bodies on the way. But as flexible as our morals are, I'm afraid without the coin to bend them, we have only one recourse. Unless... Oh, Limbo, I'm sorry to hear that. That kind of conversation isn't really appropriate for my channel, though. But I feel for you. One does wonder how you find yourself with a bodyguard of such uncommon metal. Aye, not an ounce of fear in that gaze, and not a mote of puffed-up arrogance either. This lad, my dear Gigilio, is the genuine article. Ooh. He has what we in the mercenary trade call the killer instinct. Exactly, Jolly. How's this? For the sake of our long-standing friendship, I'll make it simple. Allow me to take this adventure off your hands and the debt is forgiven. What? That's all? Wait, I'm just getting like recruited? I believe this is what you call, what them in your trade call a bargain. As for you, adventurer, it seems you've been made a free agent, but if you're still inclined to put those instincts of yours to use, come and visit our headquarters in Pearl Lane. The door is open. Oh, so, wait. We're not being, like, forcefully conscripted, but they're like, you know what? We want the interest of your adventurer. If you let them go to us, then that's off. Mother, basically. Whoops, I missed my turn here. Hello, hello. Let me in. The boss told me you'd be coming. You'd be along? Coming in? Question mark. She took you for in exchange for his problem, but still gave you the choice to follow it. That's cool. Because that's the vibe I got from that. Originally, it was like, you're gonna give me him. But then she's like, well, if you want. Boss, the guest of honor's arrived. Guest of honor? I like how she has her feet up on the table. She seems a carefree sort. Ah, the savior of Alamigo and Doma deigns to appear before me. Aye, I've heard all about you. It's hard not to in this line of work. The stories you paint as ferocity incarnate, a force of nature few have survived. Peace, friend. I've no desire to put the killer to the proof personally. I don't have a death wish. You can call me Drusilla. I'm a reaper, one of many, and the leader of this little family here. As to why I invited you into our home, there's a job I'd like you to take care of for me. I won't work with criminals and thieves. Depends on the job. Hear this a lot in the Hildebrand stuff, this theme in particular. Now, don't you worry that virtuous heart of yours, eh? I wouldn't ask you to do so much as bend the law. This job is purely for the benefit of your fellow man. All you have to do is kill one for me. Though perhaps kill ain't the right word, seeing as he's already dead. Wait, actual reapers? Wait. Is is the reaper actually reapers? Hang on a second. Reaper quests, cool cat. Don't look so surprised. I know you've seen the dead walk. This time, you'd be up against a void scent. Come here to unleash a singular band of wickedness upon the world. It won't be an easy task. The evil drive in this monster is black as the void and near as deep. Countless souls have succumbed to its hunger. Worthy prey for one inclined to heroics, don't you think? Interesting. You can't face it as you are, though. Storied as your strength may be, I'll need to train you in techniques. Techniques that'll let you pierce the void and slaughter its kin. What could you have to teach me? Hey? Took off her tiara? Oh! Interesting. Don't see many Garleans in Ul'dah, do you? Let alone one as savage as this. Save your startled I already gasped, though. Hi, random. I'm not out of surprises yet. Sarah, they wouldn't be called Reapers if they were bloody doctors now, but I mean, okay, listen. I just thought it was a fancy title. I didn't think they would actually be doing reaping. Hold your hand out to the crystal here. If you're made of the stuff I think you are, then you're in for a treat. Hello? Hello? That's it. I knew you had what it takes. This'd be an avatar, a manifestation of your essence and the Stygian power of the void scent on the other side. A void scent to which, if you so choose, you will bind yourself. Do you think Red Mage used green magic? Listen, Jolly, listen. You'll gain skills unlike anything you've ever known. Skills that have allowed people like me to operate in the shadows and kill those that need killing since time immemorial. Hi, Terreeper! Hi, Kyo! Do I play Souls-like games at all? Yes, actually, for the first year and a half of my streaming, we played Souls-like every single Saturday, Dire. At this point, we've played all of them. Except for Timesia. I think you came in talking about that earlier, right? And your first assignment, should you walk this path, is to use the power of one void scent against another for the betterment of the realm. Your reward will be the wisdom of countless generations of Garlean assassins. But if siding with my kind makes your stomach churn, then, well, I don't know what else. If the thought of having one foot in the void makes your stones shrivel. I can't read that fast. And if you've any concern of the sanctity of your soul, then take your virtue and piss off. She talking too fast. However, if none of the aforementioned objections, and you don't mind walking the knife's edge twixt life and death, then you'll have the tools to see your justice done, and done right, every time. I recommend Timesia. I'm not usually a fan of Souls-likes, but it's really fun. That being said, I killed 2 bosses in a row, and now you're hard stuck. In most Souls games, you can grind up levels, or equipment levels. Are you able to do that in Timesia? Because that's probably what you need to do for a little bit. This is the choice you must make, and soon. Every moment our quarry stalks the land is another opportunity for it to do harm. Hi, Charon! Welcome in! Fighting yourself, they have access to every attack in the game. You're fighting you, but stronger. You encountered an interesting profile search message? Oh no. Was it like DM for ERP? That's pretty interesting. Sorry, I like the snaps in this room. I take it you've come to a decision, am I right? There'll be no turning away once you've chosen, mind you. You'll dance with death and return as its envoy, or you won't return at all. So what'll it be? I prefer to keep well clear of death, if it's all the same to you. I will not suffer this void scent to threaten the innocent. I will dance. Very good, then let's not waste time. Take up this crystal and attest to both worlds that you walk as a reaper. Bind yourself to the void and claim the strength that the weak of heart shun. Though the avatar at your side does the void scent bring its power to bear, feeding upon the souls of the fiends you cut down in return. Not a bad arrangement, eh? But I'm sure you tire of words. Here, the traditional weapon of our order. Let's see how it looks strapped on your back. Little tiny reaper incoming! Itty bitty bite-sized reaper. It's forcing you to learn the timings to deflect all the attacks rather than try to dodge everything like normal. It's making you, hang on, get good? Are you in need of getting good? Wait, how do I swap again? I just equipped the weapon, right? Give me Reaper. I'm naked. Help. Soul gauge unlocked. The soul gauge can be filled via the execution of certain weapon skills or by defeating enemies afflicted with death's design. With sufficient souls stored in the gauge, you can execute actions such as Bloodstock, Grim Swath, or Gluttony. Okay. So build up gauge with weapon skills, use gauge. Okay. That makes sense. Let's open our coffer of good stuffs. Bum, 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 bum. Oh my god, all these accessories are for like level 50s. Wow, this little coat. Ah, and the little eye patch. My edgy side has come out. This is my first time here, /blush/charm/embrace. Sticky tongue. Do you want to ride together? mount, full thrust, final stink, slash shut eyes, slash splash, slash handover, slash currency. Yikes, jolly. And you were right next to them with bruh.mp3. Bruh. Quick, we gotta go to HUD layout. We gotta bring our soul gauge down here. And there's a death gauge coming later. We'll just put that right there for now. Okay. We have a lot of abilities on our bar here. If I keep doing the quest, will it give me like a crash course? Because last time I didn't do the further sage quest. I just like unlocked the abilities and was like, cool. And then I watched a YouTube video. Yes, it will teach me. Boom, 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 boom. How do you find the weight of the scythe in your hands? Pleasing, I hope. Now that we have a bit more in common, it's time we became better acquainted. What's the name of our newest reaper? Sir Terrabellum. Doesn't quite roll off the tongue. But so it is with Eorzean names. With every new one I learn, one more is forgotten. Oof! Yours can replace Gigilio. After our little conversation, I think he'll give us a wide berth. Any road, we've more worthwhile concerns than shifty merchants, namely getting you conversed well and proper in the tricks of our trade. And the best way to do that is through battle. One of the family is having trouble with a particularly vexing fiend, and it has sent word for assistance. He goes by the name Arnegus, and he's stationed out near Cutter's Cry. Not much of a fighter, but he's got a keen mind for trade, and can find a needle in a stack of needles if need be. We'd best hurry before he ends up at the bottom of the monster's gullet. Typically, they give you a quest to get familiar with the moves. That's so good. I probably should have done the stage one rather than going straight into YouTube, but I mean, I didn't know. I didn't know. I couldn't have known. Such an edgy. Now, I have a coffer it's not like great, item level 240, but it's of slaying. Is slaying the melee affix? Because maybe I should open that. Primal accessories of slaying. Slaying is melee! Okay, well, it's good enough then. Boop. Cool. Reassigned to Red Mage. No. We need a new one. Boop. Reaper. Okay. I want Legolas Terra back. Vanakin. Oh my god. Wig wear. That's what you said. Wig wear. That was the highest level coffer we had, right? Armor of fending. No, we're not fending. Okay, good enough. Maiming is Reaper? Wait, should I be... Wait. Wait, oh no, do I have the wrong kind? It's okay, I'm sure I'll survive. Wait, why can I not? Teleport, go there. Wait, no, that's return. Return, go there. Teleport, go there. Okay. Okay. And then we go this way. Hell's Egress. Oh god. Oh god. Help me, Reaper quest! Slaying is melee accessories, but they're memeing. Scouting and striking for melee armor. Okay. Hello, please help me learn my class. Boss, who's this? Are you sure we should be getting an outsider involved? Thank you for your discretion, Arnegus, but it ain't needed. He has a personal contract with me, so consider him a mercenary in service to the family. Whatever you'd say in front of me, you can say in front of him. By your will, boss, a chimera has been making these sands a living hell for anyone who dares to wander into its territory, which would be us, since our trade route cuts through it. The men I've hired to carry the goods are scared to death, and I can't blame them. None of us are fit for monster hunting, so I sent for you. We'll see what we can do, Arnitas. Might want to find a rock to hide behind, though. Chimeras ain't known for being the most discriminating of beasts. Verlisten. I'll go back to Red Mage once the quest levels have caught up, but I just need something to like not waste the experience on. Time to put your new skills to good use, sir. You've learned all Reaper actions and traits to 70. Detailed descriptions can be viewed in the actions or traits window accessed under the character menu. Okay, well, let's get our basic, what looks like our basic attacks set up. In fact, maybe just looking at the actions and traits window might give us enough. Slice. Looks like we go slice into waxing slice into infernal slice. So let's get that set up first. Where's our slice? Okay, there's slice, waxing slice, and then we need infernal slice. That's probably our 1, 2, 3. And I imagine this is AoE. Yes. So then we have spinning slice and we have nightmare slice, which I'll put on 4 and 5. Spinning slice, nightmare slice, which is there. Okay. So this is our basic 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5. Ooh. Terry, you won't waste with Red Mage. Listen, Jolly, my Red Mage is already level 74 doing level 70 quests. It will be wasted. It will be wasted experience. Whew. When I reached base Shadowbringers with Dark Knight is being level at 74. When I started, I was at 82 when I finished. But why not hop between the two and like spread out the experience is my point. I'm already 4 levels ahead, which is crazy. Stray is a great game. Definitely enjoyed the middle to end more than I did the beginning. Those small open levels are so fun and cute, and the level of detail, anytime you turn the camera around, it's so good. Stray was amazing. Stray was so good. Oh. Okay. What else? We also have Shadow of Death. This is an instant cast. Are they all instant casts? Yeah, they are. Okay. Is there a way for me to tell if it's off the global cooldown? Increases soul gauge, increases soul gauge. Waxing slice increases soul gauge. So this is very basic, these three. Boop, boop, boop. This is also very basic. Unga bunga, swing. Whirl of Death, Shadow of Death, and Soul Slice are confusing. Delivers an attack with a potency of 300. Afflict targets with Death's Design, increasing damage you deal by 10%. 30-second duration. Extends the duration of Death's Design by 30 seconds to a maximum of 60. Increases soul gauge by 10 if target is KO'd before effect expires. Interesting. So you probably want to open with this on pretty much anything you're fighting, right? That feels like a Q button, because you want to keep that up all the time, it feels like. Whirl of Death. Flicks target... Oh, to all nearby enemies. This will be an E ability. Because this afflicts Death's Design to all targets rather than just one. Okay. Death of Death. It's not edgy, it's fine. All this level talk makes me remember RuneScape. Does this game capture RuneScape vibes at all? I'm nostalgic, but I barely have the desire to play old RuneScape. I'd say it's quite different from RuneScape. MSQ in particular has a much more story focus. Soul Slice delivers an attack with 460, increases soul gauge by 50, shares a recast with Soul Slice. All nearby targets. Okay, so let's do R and F for these, because single target will be R, AoE will be F. Q and E, R and F. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You're not going to use them a lot. You mean the Shadow and the Whirl? Maybe I should have them on less convenient buttons than Q and E. Q and E might be reserved for something better. Yeah, let's do, I was kind of thinking, let's do Shift 1 and Shift 2 for these mark placing ones. Soul Slice, I feel like could be Shift Q and Shift E. This one's the AoE. Shift Q, and where's my other one? Shift E. Yeah, so single target is Q, AoE is E. So what do I put on these Q and E's then? I must have something else that's a bit more like spammable. True North nullifies all action direction requirements. Feint lowers target's physical damage dealt. Hell's Egress quickly dash 15 yalms backwards. Allows next harp to be cast immediately. Which one is harp? Which one is harp? Help? You know what? Maybe I put my dashes. I'm gonna put my dashes exactly like they are on Red Mage. So dash forward, dash backwards, mouse 4 and mouse 5. Okay. Harp is my ranged attack? I have a range. Oh. Deals unexpected damage of potency. That goes on Q. That goes on Q. Okay, so that'll be on Q. What is this one? Leg sweep. Stuns target. That sounds like a control Q kind of ability. What is this one? Arcane Crest. Grants Crest of Time borrowed to self, creating a barrier that nullifies damage totaling up to 10% of HP. That sounds like a control 1 kind of thing for self-protection. Second Wind sounds like a control 2 button. True North is fine on control 3. Arm's Length is fine on control 5. Actually, I think I'll use Arm's Length a bit more than Feint. Leg Sweep is the usual melee ability when they want to stun an enemy. I didn't even know you could stun enemies in this game. Control Q should be fine for that. What is this gallows, gibbet, guillotine nonsense? What is this? We have Harp, we have these two, Arcane Crest. Grim Swath. Oh god, we need more buttons. Ooh. You have Soul Bloodstock and Grim Swath. Summons your avatar to deliver an attack with potency 340. Grants Soul Reaver for duration of 30 seconds. Stack count will be reduced to 1 when already under the effects of Soul Reaver. Soul Gauge. Oh, this is what expends my Soul Gauge. Okay. This is what spends it. Summon your avatar to deliver an attack with a potency of 140 to all enemies in a cone before you. Okay. So I have a single target spending of Soul Gauge and an AoE spending of Soul Gauge. Maybe I want my ranged attack on F, and then I want my single target Soul Gauge on Q, and my AoE on E. Q and E. Okay. Soul Slice and Soul Scythe give you 50 Soul Gauge, so that would be my Shift Q and my Shift E. And they share a cooldown, that makes sense. They instantly give you 50, and then you can spend it on Bloodstock and Grimswath. So now, the only thing I don't understand is... Oh, these are unassignable. Okay. Hi, Marwick. The only thing I don't understand is Gibbet, Gallows, and Guillotine. Guillotine delivers an attack with a potency of 200 to all enemies in a cone before you. Can only be executed while under the effect of Soul Reaver. What grants me Soul Reaver? Bloodstock and Grimswath grant Soul Reaver. So then I can Gibbet, Gallows, and Guillotine. Soul Reaver is Bloodstock and Grim. Got you. Gibbet does more damage from the side of the enemy, while Gallows does more from the backside. So these are my positionals then. Where do I want to put them? Guillotine is our AoE. Gibbet, 460 when target's flank. When target's rear. Rear enhanced potency is 520. The action Bloodstock changes to Unveiled Gibbet, while under the effects of Enhanced Gibbet. Can only be executed while under the effect of Soul Reaver. Ah, it's so confusing. Ah! So I feel like I got all the rest of these buttons. These are all making sense. This is like a little self-shield. We have a self-heal. These all make sense. This is our 1, 2, 3. This is our AoE, 4 and 5. And they combo together, right? Yeah, they combo. Oh, Bloodbath is... converts a portion of physical damage into HP for 20 seconds. That sounds like a Control E kind of button. Control Q to stun, Control E. We don't need Bloodstock there. I don't know what to do with Gibbet, Gallows, and Guillotine. I don't know where I want them. We could do Shift 3, Shift 4, Shift 5. But I don't love that. Basically, it acts like a combo attack, so the next time you use that specific move, it does more damage. You also have Arcane Crest, which is a 3-second shield that will reduce damage when hit. Yes. And then we have True North, which we can ignore positionals, so we could use Gibbet or Gallows from wherever we feel like, which they're basically the same. The action Bloodstock changes to Unveiled Gibbet. Unveiled Gibbet. Why? While under the effects of Enhanced Gallows. How do I gain Enhanced Gallows? Oh, grants Enhanced Gallows. Grants Enhanced Gibbet. I see. Okay, confusing, but I think I get it. Confusing, but I think I get it. I would almost rather put Guillotine on R and have Gibbet and Gallows on Shift R, Shift F. Although that's a little clunky to hit. Maybe Shift 3, Shift 4, okay. Okay, let's just fucking go. I think it's good. It wants you to alternate Gibbet and Gallows and then get the enhanced versions, right? The OG Reapers that developed this class were actually farmers from Ilsebard, like in-game. What? That's so cool! Okay, so we have all our buttons in places that I think we're gonna like them. Let's get into it. We'll need to draw out the Chimera with Myrmidon meat. Now to accustom yourself to the Reaper's tools, harvest the souls of the fallen to call forth your avatar. Reapers can summon their avatar by filling their soul gauge. The soul gauge will fill when performing combos starting with Slice, or when using such skills as Soul Slice. The best Reapers fight in tandem with their avatars. Let's see how you do.
You're my superstar.
Though a little early, I have to say, hard to believe it has been a year. I know it is spooky month, but I have to say I'm glad I found this channel and have become a part of this community. You have all made me feel better about who I am. Thank you all.
Jolly, I love you so much. Jolly, I love you so much. Thank you for the whole heckin' year, you beautiful bean. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being part of the community. Okay, wish me luck. So I can cast Harp. That's like if I'm in a situation where I totally cannot do anything else, I Harp. So now we have enough for Bloodstock or Grimswathe. And can I just use these willy-nilly? No. Can only be executed while under the effects of Soul Reaver.
Needed to take first place really quick.
Ah! Oh my gosh, chat! Chat with the 1,500 biddies. What are you doing? Thank you so much. Beautiful, beautiful bean. Thank you. Whew. My mother harps at me all the time. Soul Slice. Soul Scythe. Okay. How do I enter Soul Reaver? Bloodstock grants Soul Reaver. So if we do this, then we could True North. Oh, I accidentally arm's length. And then we gibbeted, right? But now what? It didn't. Enhance gibbet. Next gibbet will deal increased damage. Okay. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Where's Guillotine? So I need Soul Reaver again. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Reaper is super flashy. It really is, surprisingly. Something feels wrong. Something feels wrong about these button inputs. Because if I hit Shift Q to gain either... Wait, I have Unveiled Gallows now? Oh god. This doesn't feel quite right. I think I want these over here. And I think I want True North on like Shift 3. Because I think I'm going to be using True North a lot more with these positionals. Oh, they share a cooldown. Okay. So I can either go in or go out. I can't do both. There's something that's not clicking for me yet. Hi, Becky. We trying a new class? Yes, we are. Something isn't clicking in my brain yet. This whole gibbet, gallows, unveiled gibbet, this isn't clicking for me, and I don't know why. The action Bloodstock will change into unveiled gallows. And then what does unveiled gallows do for us again? Unveiled gallows grants Soul Reaver. Doesn't cost anything. Oh no, it does cost 50 soul gauge. It's just so that I have to alternate between gibbet and gallow. So, hang on. Let's get a full gauge here. Like a full soul gauge right here that you guys can't really see. Okay, so it's full. We hit this button. Now we hit this. I didn't True North any of those. In what situation would I ever want to use Guillotine? Because doesn't it consume?
Hi, gay.
When would I ever use Guillotine over Gibbet or Gallows? It's AoE? Is that what it is? Is that what I'm not understanding? $200 to all enemies in a cone in front of you. That's what I wasn't understanding. As long as your avatar is by your side, monsters like this are nothing more than easy prey. Show me you've been listening, sir. Give your avatar a feast to remember. Okay. Remember to position yourself. Gibbet from the side, Gallows from the rear. Gibbet, Gallows. Shift R, Shift F. Hiya! Does this have GCD? Oh, it does have GCD. So even though I can insta-cast it, it's not really worth it. Jolly, you're so sweet. Jolly, it really means a lot. Oh, you know what I haven't been doing? Shadow of Death. It almost seems worth it to start with 2 Shadows of Death just to put the 1 minute on them. This doesn't have a good hand feel yet to me. This is AoE. Yeah. It's not clicking. It's not clicking. Hi, Curls! Curls, how are you? It's good to see you. What do I want to change about this? True North easier to press? I don't know. Don't forget the abilities on Shift Q and E. They instantly give 50 gauge. Right. So yeah, welcome to Reaper. It's pretty simple. It's just the whole gauge. The gauge is confusing me a little bit. Like when to use it. I don't know if you want to use it right away or maybe save it for when you have 100. I knew there was something about you, but truth be told, I didn't expect you to make such clean work of that chimera. I reckon even I might be hard-pressed to match that display. It is, yeah, it's my first melee class, so it's a little bit confusing because thinking of the positionals as well as thinking of which one I'm in. I'd be too easy to find if I went there because my name is the same across pretty much all platforms unless it's my real name. Charon. Either way, I should be fine as long as you aren't overcapping. True. You know talent when you see it, boss. And with that, the ceruleum will flow once more. Among his many roles, Arnigus is a merchant of sorts. He sells ceruleum at a price that'd make those gill pinchers in Amagina and Sons balk, but still turns a pretty profit. We could barely keep up with demand, despite the occasional beast or two button into our affairs. Precious little Reaper is our precious little edgelord, Becky. All thanks to you, boss, and our countrymen up north, of course. Here's to getting back to business as usual. Ceruleum ain't easy to come by, as you well know. Amagina and Sons protects their monopoly with a gilded fist, but they've yet to force the Imperial stragglers up north out of the market. Now, before you go running off to the flames, let me assure you that this arrangement is entirely above board. Selling goods to Imperials is forbidden by law, but there's nary a word writ about buying from them. I know you Eorzeans like to call Garleans by all sorts of colorful names, bastards, tyrants, invaders, and we've got all those and worse. But while many a foul deed has been committed for the glory of the Empire, we ain't megalomaniacs to a man, even among the purebloods. Those that serve don't always do so by choice. Could be argued we're all casualties of the great Machina's ambition. No small number of Empire's troops would return home in a heartbeat if they could, but the world being what it is, most settle for sending their family what few coins they can afford to part with. Oops, all tragedy. If I were you, I'd put the 3 skills that spend the soul gauge together. That's, you know, that's kind of a really good idea, Kyo. Because that way my brain associates them all in the same, like, finger area, button press area. Most Eorzeans wouldn't suffer a whit of color to complicate their black and white view, but if you're going to fight with us, you should learn the truth of our past. Long ago, Long before the Empire, our forebears lived in Locus Amonis, down in the southern Ilzabard. With temperate climes and fertile earth at the land provided, many of us were but simple farmers, harvesting abundant crops with the selfsame scythes the reapers would eventually wield. But gifts are ever the objects of envy. When not tilling the fields, our ancestors were forced to defend themselves. Every year they yielded a few more ilms, and some 800 years ago now they were driven from Locus Amonis completely. I do too, Becky. I think it's called Canticle or something like that. They fled north to the frozen region that would become Garlemald. Even there, they fought tooth and nail for the scant resources of that frigid land. From the fires of hardship were the first Magitech devices forged, and with innovation upon innovation, that humble group of farmers grew into an insatiable empire. But before that miraculous twist of fate, we were a dying breed, bereft not only of magic, but of hope itself. With no natural advantages to speak of, our mere survival was in question. You did it, Dyer! You beat the boss! Proud of you. From harsh necessity were the Reapers born. We turned our tools to weapons and struck a bargain with the Whispers in the Dark. With the Void's power, we could strike at an enemy's beaten heart, slay their generals, and throw the rank and file into disarray. Becky, you missed you missed the conversation where they were fighting like a doppelganger of themselves. They were fighting a doppelganger. Their wording was poor, admittedly, but they were fighting a doppelganger. Our ways to end battles before the sparks. Yeah, I realized if you're missing the context, that seems very concerning. Our ways to end battles before the sparks catch, to sacrifice the one for the many, to keep avaricious hands away from family, friends, and lovers. And now this power belongs to you. I'm a little edgelord. Remember our story, remember what drives a man to turn to the void, and you'll not be led onto deeper temptations. Oh, there's gonna be some shit. There's gonna be some shit about making too big a bargain with the void, and somebody's gonna go too deep off the deep end and get sucked into the void. Our work here's done. I'll see you back at the headquarters. Nod. Hi, little edgelord. I'm Curls. Curls, I love you. Hope your life's been good. Hope it's been treating you like it should. Okay, so how can we have this set up better? We want you and you to be friends. Having our AoE on Shift R feels really clunky. Our AoE could be on 6, 4, 5, and 6. Because then this is all of our AoE right here. That's actually better. Wow. Yeah, it's very nice. And then having our range on Shift R is not ideal, but it's okay. Shift R. Right? Because we're only going to be in situations occasionally where it's like, I can't reach it. So that's okay. I forgive that for being the way that it is. We have our Bloodbath on Control E, which means all the damage we do heals us. We got our leg sweep here. Okay. I like it. Nicer. This is another issue I have with MMOs. There's too many combat options. The main issue here was that I jumped into this class at level 70, right? So it just was like, here's your bar of abilities, figure it out. Most of the time you level the class up from a low level and it gradually introduces the abilities. But in my case, no, off the deep end. Off the deep end entirely. Boom, 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 boom. Thanks for the hydrate box, by the way. All you need to do is remember to press keys and hope the ones you hit them hurt them. And I mean, Final Fantasy is really good in that it has a lot of like flashing indicators of like, press this button next, by the way, to continue doing the good thing that you're doing. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, We're good. Button mash, got it. I feel like you can get through a lot by doing that and just pressing the flashy buttons, especially if you're playing a melee class that has like the 1, 2, 3. It'll literally highlight like, let's go hit something. Boop. See, now this is flashing. So it's like, press this one next. And you're like, okay, let me go press that one next. I was told. So then you go over here and you, oh, shit. Well, I did an ability, so now it wants me to press this one. Because you can cast it instantly. Wow. But yeah, that's the gist of it. Woo. Usually some kind of rogue or assassin. Got it. So you'd play a ninja for sure. That's how I play WoW Fire Mage, and whenever something glows yellow, press it. Exactly. Exactly, Vox. As a reformed floor tank, button mashing is a valid option at times. Ninja has a lot of buttons. I want sprint. Oh, wait, here's a problem. My sprint needs to be on control Q. So our leg sweep will be on control R. No problem. And then we need our limit break on that button there. Actions and traits, general, limit break, boom. There we go. Got our limit break. Okay. Ninja requires you to remember formations. That's the only problem. I miss playing ESO. I'd go back, but I left when I was a paying members and I ain't in the budget for it. I so get you. I so get you. But you have fond memories of it, eh? I need someone to break my limits. Kinky, kinky. Want to see Reaper LB3? Yeah, how do I get in there again? How do I get in the exploratory thingy? Open duty thing? You? Gear icon top left. Oh, I didn't even see it. Oh, explorer mode. Confirm. We're going to burn. Aha. Setting loot rules. No, I don't tell me that. Summon training dummy. Where are the elf ears? I'm not in cosplay today, Star. What scam is this? Someone else came in and was like, where's Wig? Hello? Where Wig? What is this? All right, let's see. LB3, activate. Oh, shit. Wait. Eh. I'm sorry, what was that? I feel like I was too close in. Oh, the ceiling is too close. Jesus, that is very cool. That is a very cool LB3. I like the color scheme for Reaper. How it's like red and like this tealish blue in their abilities. I like it. I like it. It's cool. Is this the Pokemon game with me in it? No, it's not, Star. Oh, never mind. I played this. You played 14, Star? No shot. Cool. Oh, shoot. Stop being aggro to me. Very cool. Very flashy. You and your avatar attack together. It's so cool. Okay. I now feel not confident, but I now feel ready for MSQ. Wait, the harvest begins. I'm not ready for MSQ. I lied. We have one more thing to do. The harvest begins, you guys. I did Wakey forced me to play it so we can play together. Got to level 20. Wherever you can play other people, and he never played with you. Wakey a monster, confirmed. Wakey absolutely a monster. How could you fall for this? Where is it? Wait, where is it? Hello? Oh, I'm supposed to turn the quest in. I think it was over this way. have some PTSD regarding this game. We already knew that. I was just naive. You believed otherwise. How am I? I'm really good, Star. How are you? How are you? How you doing today? I was a little bit lurky in your stream this morning. I wasn't very active because I was like hard lurky. You know how it be. You know how it do. But I had you. I saw you. I was perceiving whether you wanted me to or not. Chongan, considering the game has such well done level scaling for grouping, that is surprising. Chongan, what are we missing? Oh, you mean like to not play? You mean how Wakey didn't play with Star? It's just because Wakey's a monster. I'm well, had a long day, so just chilling now. Wanted to bully you lightly. Finish your day on a high. It's a good thing that's my love language, bullying. I accept it. I accept it full force. If I bully you, there's a good chance that I like you a lot. So, I accept it. Boop. All right, let's go back to Reaper Mommy. Turn in our thing. Hello, Reaper Mother. For your first outing, you did good. I think you earned the right to know just who this lot you've thrown yourself in with is. You might have gathered this yourself, but the Lemures were formed to support those Garleans who are living in exile. Tain't easy to be far from home, let alone in a place where most would sooner gut you than offer a helping hand. Oft the only place to make a living is in the shadowy corners that lie outside the watchful gaze of the law. Now, I don't expect you to embrace us like brothers and sisters straight away, but know this, I do expect you to apply yourself to this job. Okay. She is mother, not mommy. Sorry. Yeah, if I got a friend into an MMO, you bet I would be so excited to run even low level dungeons with them. Right? That's why Wakey, scammer. Absolute scammer. She's grandmother. Wakey, absolute scammer, because easily could have level synced and played with you. So, no excuse. No excuse, that man's. Same here, if I'm too nice to you, you should ask yourself some things. Literally. In the meantime, I'll be working with the family to ascertain the whereabouts of our prey. I expect that scythe to be like an extension of your own body when we next speak. I should hope so too. Level 73 for next Reaper quest. Okay. Now we can go to teleport. Let's go teleport right there. Teleport to... I feel like the other one was closer. Right. I think right was closer than Stillgate. Or still something? Whatever the other one was. I tried, but the person to play with sucks. Oh, as a person. I was like, if they're bad at the game, there's only one way to get better. If they suck as a person, then that is completely understandable. Actually, I think they're pretty much equal distance, these two towns. To Yulmore! Time for the Yulmore hide and seek game between me and Terra begins. All right, let's do it. Are you gonna be like anywhere in Yulmore or like the canopy? God, I wish I could fly. Not me still hiding in Yulmore. I am in Yulmore, okay. I cannot give it away too easily. Okay. I'll just look for the orange name. Boom, easy clap. Easy 5 gifted subs, no problem. I'm not even worried about it. Literally just look for the orange name that says shoe. Boom, money, get. Unless you like unfriended me like a psycho. I'm gonna check my friends list real quick. You wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare. Oh my God, I think you did dare. Oh my God, what? Wait a second, what? All you need to know is that I have not used Fantasia and only have Glam. Okay. That's cheating. Well, now I know not to look for an orange name. Jolly took this bit seriously and unfriended me. Fun fact, friends lists are so one-sided, even if you did unfriend you, you'd still have as a friend. That's sad and hilarious. Bro, the worst feeling in the world, like I haven't been on Facebook in like eons, but when I used to go on Facebook, and you'd like be like, oh, I haven't seen a post from like so-and-so in a long time. And, hang on, I know exactly where Jolly is. I know 100% where Jolly is. I'd be like, oh, I haven't seen a post from so-and-so in a long time. And you go and check their page and it's like add as friend. And it's like, oh, Why did they unfriend me? What did I do? I haven't even posted in like 7 months. I don't know if it's a shared experience or if it's just me, but it hurt every time. Every time. Nothing eased the pain. Jolly, if you're not exactly where I think you are, we can't be friends anymore. I know you just got like your 1 year resub, but our friendship over. I'm beelining. I'm beelining. I know exactly what your new glam is. I know exactly where you are. Show yourself. Ha! Wait, you're not here? Wait, you're not here? Hang on. I have issues. I have beelining. I get it. Is that a strip club? No, no, Star. What are you talking about? Star, this is not. It's not a strip club at all. It's a little bit of strip club. The most awkward thing was, Star, like, look at me. I am cute little, like, potato, right? This man, oh, wait, where is he? There he is. This man was like, hey, before we can talk, you should get up there and dance. Oh. Why are you making eye contact with me? Who are you? Who are you? Okay, they're leaving. Anyways, this guy was like, you should get up there and dance on the pole. And I was like, oh no. But he made me do it. Oh no, I know, it made me really upset, and I wanted to race change into a bunny after that. I wanted to be a bunny boy. I'm like, bro, if they're gonna make me a pole dancer, I might as well be a bunny. If they're like in the main story quest, if they're gonna make me pole dance, might as well be bunny boy. I kept getting messages that someone with a Chinese name is trying to change the password of your Facebook account for years. You've not used that site in more than a decade. I literally want to delete my Facebook account. I only have it because I'm friends with like family on there, but I want to delete it. I've heard that you can keep a Messenger account without a Facebook account, and I hope that's true because I really want to delete it. Had that happen to me a couple times and thought the same thing. What did I do? How did this happen? Do you think Shadowbringers is gonna have much pole dancing in it? Like it wasn't a one-time thing? Listen, Golsif. Listen. Yes, I do. Are you jolly? I don't think you're jolly. Those are cute earrings. I like your earrings, but you don't look like jolly. You don't look like jolly at all. They're also in G-pose. This person is G-posing. That's what that camera means, right? They're G-posing in the strip club. Unbelievable. Did delete your Facebook account, still got those mails. Maybe they finally completed their move account and the Chinese person got the name they wanted. Also deactivated mine and still use Messenger. Okay, I'm literally not gonna delay. I'm gonna delete it. I love these little shorts that the femmes are wearing. I like. Wait, what is this tail you have? What race are you? How do you have this tail? Little cow tail? On a, are you a cat girl? Little cow tail on a cat girl? What the heck? I like the shorts too. Star, that is half of it. On God, that is half of it. To see memories and be like, I was so little. They can use lion tails too? What? That's cute as heck. Let's go look at the other. Let's go look at the other. And then I repost them every year. Oh, so it's just a tail option. I don't think I've ever noticed that tail option. It looks like a cow tail. It's cute. She's part of the Milky Mommy cat people. Tara got very distracted. I did. Sorry. Let's hunt for Jolly. All right. We're hunting for a Jolly. I'm so upset, Jolly, with you personally, that you're not in the strip club though. I thought we were friends. I thought we understood each other. And you chose to hide somewhere that isn't the strip club? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Who hurt you? Looks at his Facebook still active, collecting dust in the corner. I tire of this place. Come. Yes, my lady. And then they're gonna continue standing there. Wait, there. The NPCs aren't immobile? They're not rooted to the ground. What is this? What's happening? How are you moving? NPCs can't move. You can't do that. I'm shook. It's such a simple thing just to have like moving NPCs, but That's illegal. That's illegal. You can't do that. The NPCs have to stay exactly where they were at all times. Yeah, no, they run around all the time. I didn't notice. I didn't know. To be fair, I forgot about that. You forgot about the strip club. Jolly, we can't be friends. We cannot be friends, sir. Forgetting about the strip club? The audacity. You can always reactivate it if you ever wanted to access your photos and stuff, but when it's deactivated, it's like your Facebook doesn't exist. Oh my god. Okay, Becky, you've sold me. You've sold me. We're gonna deactivate it, and then if I'm ever like in a nostalgic mood, I can always turn it back on and be like, let me look at my photos from when I was little. They're supposed to stay where they are or fade into nothingness after 3. Exactly, Trongan, exactly. They're supposed to disappear from existence after moving 3 steps away. Jolly gave me a hint. Jolly gave me a hint. Jolly gave me a hint. Master has given Dobby a hint. What is that little bouncy thing over there? What is that? Is that a Lalafell? Oh, that is a Lalafell. Lala Del Rey. Stop. You have the best name in the video game, Lala Del Rey. Kiss me hard before you go. Sorry to bother you with all the time again, but this story... Oh, is the game over already, Dyer? No way. No way. I will find the Jolly. I will find them. They're definitely in the canopy. They're absolutely 100% in the canopy. 6 hours start to finish for the main story. I mean, it's not a full price game though, right? It's like 20 bucks. So, I mean, you get what you pay for? Question mark. Do, 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 do. Alphino. Jolly's hiding with Alphino somewhere. You're not Jolly. Nice Starbucks outfit though, honestly. It's definitely a lot of fun though. The combat is really fun. Was there possible side areas you hadn't done, Dyer? He can whip up my milk any day. He's kind of father. It's a little bit father. Oh no, they're having a marital dispute. I shouldn't be observing so closely. They're role-playing. They're role-playing. They just whispered me. I love it. I love it. Wait, yes. I'm gonna say yes. They were like, a coffee? Oh, triple cream coffee. I need to, I'm lactose intolerant. I'm lactose intolerant. Do you have anything without dairy? I just sent them a tell back. Triple cream would do like a absolute murder on my insides. He can triple cream me. Star. That's so funny. Oh. Apologies, sir, but I'm afraid not. It's fine. I'll suffer through it. I don't know how to spell. I'll suffer through it. Smiley face. It looks delicious. I have concerns about the thirst tonight. Usually it's reserved for Saturday. I'm gonna slash bow. Usually it's reserved for Saturday, but sometimes people be wildin'. Oh. I love this game. Do enjoy your drink, sir. I love it. Dude, the community is so fucking cool in this game. I was 10 out of 10. I'm crying. Oh my fucking god. There was also that post we read about the pizza delivery person in Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, you are not jolly. Oh man. Oh Jesus. Okay. I'm gonna do one more lap. They're definitely in the canopy if they saw me running in the distance. I'm gonna do one more lap and then I'm gonna give up. In Jolly's defense, we got a cute little barista interaction while looking for them. So, you know what? Kind of worth. Kind of a little bit worth. Are you an Ellison now? Hello? Are you Jolly? No. Also met Lala Del Rey. So true, bestie. So true. We met Lala Del Rey and we had coffee. Wow, wait, we didn't even drink our coffee. How rude. How rude of me. Where's my coffee? Wait, where did it go? Oh, I already had some. It went into my pile of coffee. If Jolly could see me. This is a good hiding spot, Jolly. You could see me. I couldn't see you. We've looked everywhere. We've been around in circles. You're not like laying behind the counter. No, you can't even get behind the counter. Your name isn't Blitz Thunderstroke. That's such a good porn name. I'm stealing that. When I inevitably end up doing porn, Blitz Thunderstroke is absolutely gonna be my porn name. Is that a Tanuki hat? It's actually just deadass a red panda. Also, hi Soma! Soma, welcome in. It's our pet. He's just deadass a panda on our head. Blitz Thunderstroke. I'm grinning ear to ear right now. I can't wait for him to actually find you. I love this red panda. We haven't had it out in a while because we had little frog wizard. But I was like, I need red panda in my life again. Wait. Charlie, are you drunk? Is this you? Convulsing on the table? I didn't even notice this NPC. Dude, face down, ass up. We're gonna have a little sit. We're gonna have a little sit here. Oh my god, Ketsu is sweeping. I love this person. We're going to enjoy our coffee. Cannot execute at this time. Bro, you cannot drink coffee and sit at the same time. Mmm, tasty coffee. There we go. Now we look in the distance for Jolly. They're not here. Okay, they're definitely not here. Downloads game? Tiny frog wizard pet that follows you? Yeah. I wish it could climb on your head like the red panda does. I wish every pet could climb on your head. When you give up, I shall reveal myself. All right, bet. This is you, isn't it? Masquerading? What if you're like actually hiding? See, I didn't anticipate you to like actually hide, but you could legitimately be hiding in bushes. Huh. I will find you. I don't know who you are, but I will find you and I will unalive you. No, I will not. Rendasu. Another marital? Oh no. Just having a nice little conversation. There's probably some like scuffed area you can like parkour your way to. I didn't think to look up at all, actually. Becca! I like the music in this area. Dude, this area is so fancy. Also, Becca, we found a barista cosplayer. This person here, they're cosplaying a barista. They gave us coffee. They gave us coffee when we walked by. It was very cute. I've set up the same in-game dialogue because this is too entertaining. I feel like they're like, we've been everywhere. Their name would be showing up. Unless there's some way to hide your name. So we would have at least seen their name, so it must be somewhere we haven't even looked at all. I have once found scuffed areas in places, but not here. I don't trust you. Also, hello, golden ass cheeks? I found more, you guys. I found more golden ass cheeks. I like it here. This is a nice place. We should live here. When is there player housing in this region? Specifically Yulmore. I will also say I have not moved from the canopy. Okay, that makes things a little bit easier. Dude, your deadass gonna be like behind a curtain. I know there's no housing in Yulmore. There should be. You should be able to live. Dude, okay, honestly, if you could live in like the slums outside of Yulmore, I would live there. I would love to have like a little like homeless shelter house where I feed people soup. I think that would be so heckin' cute. I want it. I have a feeling Jolly's wearing like a chocobo outfit or something for the glamour. If it was something like really standout-ish, I would have found them by now. They have to be blending in somewhere. I'm having a struggle. Dude, I have no clue. Okay, okay, once more. Once more. I'm like, I need this. I need a W right now. You're not in the B area. We already looked in there. We looked pretty thoroughly in there. I don't think you're in the strip club. In the honeypot, I think it's called. Hello! How dare you sip coffee in front of me? How dare you sip coffee in front of me? You know what? I will eat a cookie at you. I will eat a cookie at you. Yeah, that's what's up. Look, that's what is hamster? There's a floating hamster near us. I'm eating a cookie in your face. Your costume is much sneakier than a simple chocobo outfit. Put that cookie in the coffee? Okay, listen. So Spess and I went out for coffee the other day, and he bought a biscotti, and I didn't want one. And he just had like plain black coffee, and I think I had like a pumpkin spice latte or something. And so I wanted to dip my biscotti in his coffee because it's really good like that. And so I did do that, and then a tiny bit of my biscotti like broke off in his coffee. And he was like staring at me. And I was like, listen, casualty of war. But he was not happy. He was not pleased because he knew like as he got towards the end of his coffee, there would be like weird mushy biscotti bit at the bottom. I can't, it was literally giving me, I can't believe you've done this, look. Gulsif is so cute, right? Biscotti is such a scam, from beak breadstick to sell expired breadsticks. I love that. I think, what the hell is this? What the hell is, hello? What is this thing? What the hell was that? Let me read that thing. I think that anytime I get the follow quests like, they couldn't possibly see me as my chocobo and curl kitten run around totally not in cover, right? That was a Reaper portal. I get that later. For now I have whoop, which is actually very cool. I like that. Hell's Ingress and Hell's Egress. Very cool. Gulsif, did you find Jolly? Also, hi Moon, welcome in. You can use the opposite one to teleport back to portal later. Oh, Egress? That's so cool. That's so cool. Why is it so like cool designed? Ah, it's gone. It's so pretty. Chaotic idea. What if Jolly's been running behind you? just out of frame this whole time. No, they said they hadn't moved. That would be so funny. I'm like, this place is not huge. I'm upset that I haven't found them. I thought it would actually be so easy. Did I look up everywhere? Ah! I wanted to look at that person's glam. Hello, Bildia. Do you know where Jolly is? I may have overindulged in wine a touch, though does it matter? No. I'm convinced Jolly is like a tea kettle at this point. Right? Like, they can't be in human form. They must be in like a secret form that I don't know about. I'm losing my mind. My last hint, while I have moved, I haven't moved much. Hiding just out of sight, are you? Chaotically following behind me. Hua! No. Dressed like an NPC. Well, the thing is, they'd still have the blue name above them. Gulsif, are you also looking for them? They've moved, but they haven't moved much. Watching Gulsif check all the spots that I've checked already makes me laugh. I'm so confusion. Team Find Jolly. I still love Blitz Thunderstroke. Whee. Gotta check behind every single counter. I don't think you can get behind the counters. Terra's not getting anything done this stream. It's fine. It's fine. Seems the best place to mask the blue name, perhaps. Wait, can you? That would be sneaky. That would be very, very sneaky. Gulsif running around in the distance. Enter the club or go to another floor. Well, they did admit that they were on the canopy, Kyo. I want to enter the club again, because maybe, out of shame, they may have entered the club. Because I did scold them for not being in the club. And if they were already close to it, they may have moved in. No, they're not in here. This person is going all out on their G-pose. Look at this. They're going all out right now. They've been here for like 30 minutes. Oh my god, I just nailed the makeup look and I'm obsessed with it. Please take pictures. Becca, I beg you. Please. They have a carbuncle out. If you know, you know. Oh no. Oh no. I give up. It's official. I give up. Where the hell were you? / are you? I officially give up. I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't have given up a lot sooner than Terra. I was just convinced that like you can. Oh. I was just convinced that you can't hide that well. I wasn't expecting an actually like ranked competitive hide and seek experience. I love this hamster pet. This little floating hamster. It's giving me life. Oh, it's giving me life, this little floating hamster. Okay, but this was adorable. It was. I I just don't know where else you might be. You were closest to me when hanging out with the coffee guy. No way. No way. Hang on, maybe I didn't fully explore this area like I thought I did. I was closest to you when you're the coffee guy. Are you the martini shaker, man? Behind the dresser? No. Watch Jolly be the coffee guy? Well, that would be cheating if they were on an alt. Watch Jolly be the coffee. I drank Jolly. I drank Jolly, you guys. Hang on, Jolly. Is this you? Were you cheating? Were you on an alt and or main? Jolly. Did Ketsu just winked at me and bowed courteously? Jolly. Jolly? Were you cheating this whole time? Shadowbringers prop hunt? Basically studs, yeah. Were you the barista the whole time? Was not cheating. You were the barista. You don't even look like Jolly. You're not even Jolly. You'll never be Jolly. I was only using my main. Okay, does it count if I thought that? But thought you would. Hey, you don't even work here. You can't sweep. You don't even work here. Hello? Anyways. Very good, very good. You tricked me. Let me pet you. Let me give you pet. I had like the slightest feeling that maybe you were on a main or something like that. Jolly used coffee guy as a reference, so I don't know. I don't think that would be them, but it is. It is them. This is their main. This is their main character. Juked me hard. You subverted my expectations quite well. Well done, well done. Proud of you. Also, we just encountered a lot of little like tiny things around this area that we otherwise probably wouldn't have seen. Like that absolutely collapsed dude at the counter. Lady Chai has a very particular sense of beauty, and apparently that extends to how I should dress whilst painting. Do we like Alfie's new outfit? I like his boots. I'm very liking the boots, but like, it's kind of like, I don't know. I'm not like super in love. I'm not like super in love with the new outfit. But this obsession of hers works in our favor. The time I spend indulging these distractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the layer below us and sniff about the military headquarters. I'm sure the understory has its own tale to tell. This is your main character. Got it. Boop. Oh, wait, how do I go back down? I regret nothing. Do you RP as coffee guy often? Because you definitely should. You brought them over from EU server. Let's go, Jolly. Is actual like server transfers like that, do they cost money? Because that's commitment. Specifically done just for this moment. Love it. Who am I sniffing out down here? Yeah, gotcha. Let's go. I remember you saying, what was it, Tuesday? You were like, it's so weird. I've played on your main much longer, and yet you have more friends on your alt on this server. And it made my heart warm, but also sad. Warm because community is super nice and cool and making friends. Who's in jail here? Oh, I'm breaking you out of here. Let's go. You look like Stola kinda with that armor. Look around all you like, but whatever you do, don't lock me in here when you leave. Oh, you weren't in prison. I thought they were in prison. Perfect barista RP for sure, especially with the little sweeping animation. Who am I looking for? Oh, I'm just supposed to be gathering information. Can I gather information from you? If you're wondering about all the storage rooms here, one of the army's responsibilities is to ensure that all staple goods and resources are accounted for and stored securely. That's not the information I'm looking for. Weeping Warbler. Don't blink. Don't blink. Maintain eye contact at all times. Time for you to head to bed, friends. Hope you enjoy Final Fantasy. Dire Fox, have a good comfy sleep, okay? Thanks for hanging out with us. And congrats beating fucking Tymesia. You're one of the bonded, aren't you? Like me? Please, I need your help. My throat, I can't sing anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's just not getting any better. If my patron thinks I'm of no use to him, then I need you to sneak out to the derelicts and describe my condition to Thorich. Here's a list of symptoms and a hunk of meal to pay for his medicines. Please, I have no one else to turn to. That's not gathering information, that's helping a poor bonded. Southeast, oh no. Night Soil Pots is where we need to warp to. Plan is to 100% it tomorrow. Good night, Night Dire Fox. Boop. Soil Pots. I like that I can AoE nothing. Hehe, you need medicines, tonics, potions. I need this, and I need this. A cure for an ailing voice, is it? No medicine will cure this. Methinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. It must be cut out, excised. And even then, the voice may never heal completely. Hee, poor little songbird. Will they kick her from the nest, I wonder, or simply silence her chirps? This is not a good human. Oh, your face! You didn't know? Of the many hopefuls who enter the city, very few are ever seen to leave, even as corpses. Oh, you might see one or two fortunate fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest? Gone. A town of nightmares it is. Not for this ship's rat. Oh, no. I am content to scurry around down here and nibble on the crumbs which fall from the table. The consultation is over, you have my verdict, and I have my meal. Good day. He's a monster! Also, can I spit a wild theory really quickly? I think they say that the ruler of this town can command the Sin Eaters. My theory is perhaps that the people that go missing, the bonded that go missing, are getting turned into Sin Eaters. Which somehow he then bends them to their will. I don't get that part, but we'll figure that out. That's my current running theory. Or perhaps there's some sort of bargain struck with the Sin Eaters in that the ruler of this town provides them with fresh bodies to corrupt, and they leave the town alone. I don't know, something like that. Something like that. Did you get my medicine? So that's it? What am I to do if I can't sing? Ah, there you are, my sweet canary. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend. Oh, generous sir, have mercy. I've done all I can, but even the apothecary said... Oh, she dead. She dead as heck. So you've been suffering all this time? I'm sorry, my pet. I hadn't realized your affliction was this grave, but you needn't fret. I'll not reward your hours of trilling by casting you out into the streets. You're too kind, sir. But what use am I if I cannot sing? I fear the day I become more burden to you than treasure. Then I shall have a word with Lord Vothri and arrange for your ascension! In that paradise where resides neither pain nor illness, will your song ring out clearly once again. Or mayhap you think it a step too far. No, you would do that for me? Of course, why, I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension, knowing your blessed instrument was waiting there to greet me. I don't like this. Ascension? I think my theory is already ringing true. Ah, you must be a new arrival. Allow me to explain. As all know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them onto celestial paradise. It is through Lord Vothri that we learned this truth. It is through Lord Vothri's grace that the free people of Yulmore are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment, until at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find a place within that host, should their patrons deem them worthy. Lord Vothri truly is a great man, isn't he? This is very culty. This is very culty. I don't like it. Now if you excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation for the compassion you have shown my precious canary. And she's happy about it. You gonna die! You gonna die, bestie! Oh my god. Ascension. Oh. Ew. Jolly, is this what you wanted to show me? Ew. Ew. What is this little bean? What is this angry little bean? It's like a bee without wings. Terrifying. I'm at work, so I can't stay long. Enjoy game. Yo, I had fun. It's good to see you. Enjoy work. I hope it goes quickly and painlessly and is enjoyable. You dare say ew to that? I do. I do dare say ew. Selling some essential oil studs. Yikers. I mean, this whole place was giving bad vibes. I just wasn't sure why. You know, other than the like throwing people out business. But now it's absolutely giving horrendous vibes. Vibes horrendous. 10 minutes ago you wanted to live here? No. I said I wanted to live in the slums. You clearly weren't listening. And it's showing right now. Is a white mage? It is a white mage. Okay, listen. If you're gonna dress scantily, I appreciate the effort gone in to still look like a white mage with the white and red. Proud of you. You're doing it, bestie. You're doing it. Still looking white mage, even though you could use some more clothing. Alphen, no? The level, look at this. Look at you. And look at this. You're slaying. Hi. Slay! Look at this! Man, I love the Heavensward Summoner Relic. It looks so good, Jolly. How long do you usually stream for? I get off work at 10, so I'm here for a hot minute. I'll be live for another 4 hours minimum. Usually till 9, my time, which is currently 5. Look at this. What an artista. 10 out of 10. 'Tis good to see you back. You were taking so long, I began to worry something had happened. I've begun sketching. Did someone just hydrate me after I was drinking water? Good of you. Good of you. Proud of you. Hooah. I begun sketching an outline. This is the outline. This is the outline. But nay, the chais appear otherwise occupied. Will you share what your investigations have gleaned thus far? Yeah, ritualistic human sacrifice is going on here. Funkle! I remember there was a contest during Stormblood where the winner got their Warrior of Light's portrait done by Alphino. I would cry. I would cry and shit my pants if I won that. That's so cool, Funkle. Alphino overleveled artister. No kidding, Kyo. Terra, guess what? What's up, Curls? What's up? So Lord Vothri boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters, does he? That would explain the reverence in which he is held by the citizenry. And as for this ascension business, I cannot help but be put in mind of that apothecary in his ominous remarks. If so many folk have entered the city over the years, then where do they go? Okay, do you know what I just want to say? I know there are some people that, when it comes to the story, they only watch cutscenes that are voiced, and they don't read the in-betweens. You miss so much context by not reading these in-betweens. I really like it. You rate your samurai glam? I like it. He's good. I like the arms. I like the gloves. I like the vest thing, jacket. thing. I like the paints. It's very good. I like it. I like it a lot. I got the perfect streamer job. You're a tour guide? You're a tour guide, Curls. Congrats. Dude, that sounds sick. Emergent Splendor. I would like it, but I would like plain black pants though. Hang on, turn your pants towards me again. See, but I'm a sucker for those kind of pants, chat. In the most recent episode of JoJo's, in part 6, a character showed up and they have pants like that, and I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker for pants like that. Their pants were actually quite similar. I like. Also, glams like this are part of the reason why I want to switch to Bunny, but we're not doing it yet. I'm not going to buy a Fantasia yet. That being said, this looks like a big serious cutscene is about to happen, and I really have to pee. I do not have sufficient time to watch this in its entirety because I need to pee. So I'll be right back. Wait, let me walk like this kid. Look like me? Look the same? Hello? Holy crap. Get out of here with that.
Didn't love me enough, I guess. Or I wouldn't change.
Huh. Well, she was a fool then, Arthur.
Well, she put a lot of good years in on an outlaw. She definitely was a fool.
In these books,
Frey, how you
seems
doing?
so simple, but in reality, I can't make head nor tail of it.
Did she just lose clothing? Wait. Hello, sir. Where's your penis? Imagine having 0 penis. Could be 50% of the world. When's it? Just do it. Oh, okay, we're fine. It's fine. She stepped on me. Step on me, Roxy. Why do I hear growling? I was hearing kind of faint growl noises. Why do I hear faint growling? Oh! Okay, I'm back. Can't believe Terrace dared to say ew towards the great serpent of Ronka. I wouldn't have said ew if it wasn't gross. Is that a little piglet? Wait, how do I move? I need to... Look. What is that? Is that a little piglet? It's so cute. Gotta walk the doge. Have a great stream. See you soon. See you soon, Curls. Congrats on the job, dude. Congrats. Yep, that is a little cutie. Look at it. Look at it. Look at the piggy. It's so cute. He's so cute. Oh. That one clip got cut off at Imagine last time and I was sad. Glad it was the first one this time. Let's go. Yo, Sleight of Game! How are you? Hope you're having a blast. I really am. It's good to see you. Oh, FNAF, a series organized around the idea that jump scares are a game. SMH. Studs, listen. Listen. In my adventure through horror games, I have genuinely enjoyed the FNAF games because sometimes I just need to be scared. And it doesn't have to be like an amazing jump scare, an amazing story. Sometimes it can just be like, bah, and I'll be like, whoa, you know, so I don't love the FNAF games, but they're like dumb fun for me. So I enjoyed playing them. Also, Jared Creations, hello, welcome back. It's good to see you. I got dared to play FNAF in VR, scared me so much. Yeah, sometimes it's not about the story. Sometimes it's just about getting spooked and having a fun time. Like, you don't go to a haunted house to experience a mind-boggling story. You go in there to hear loud noises and shaky objects and you go, wah! And then you giggle and you leave. I take my eye off you for one moment and you're chattering away with that assistant of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done then? Man, Mr. Chai kind of an ass. Getting spooked is fun? Exactly. Until you spook yourself. Yeah, then it's not fun. What in the blazes? You better be shooketh. Excuse me, sir? Sir. It's so unflattering. Explain yourself, Alphino. Where's your artistic interpretation? It should evoke images of affluence and nobility and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty. Katie Besh, hello? With the fresh, organic, cruelty-free tier 1? You'll love to see it. Hello? Thank you for the T1. What the heck? Dude, whenever I see like a fresh, first time ever T1 sub, my heart soars a little bit. Have you tried being flattering, Chai? Right? Chai an asshole. This man's asshole. His partner, wife? Question mark? I think wife? Magnificent. Beauty. Beauty, sweet, hilarious. Him, not good. Hey, Chai, these notes listen. Look, I can interpret as much as the next artist, but I refuse to paint where it ain't there. I don't like him. I don't like. Lord Chai, you stated that this portrait was to commemorate your anniversary, yours being a joyous union. It seemed to me that a realistic portrayal. Jolly, thank you for gifting Studs a sub. You sweet soul. I really appreciate you. Also, thanks for the little hide and seek game. Realistic? I don't want realism. I want perfection. A spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees, to make people cry out in amazement. Now, fetch a blank canvas and... Pause, champ. Sorry, that was Screaming Man. I tried to do it justice. I say, did that come from above? Someone has ascended! Pay no mind to the painful screams you heard. They're going to happiness and joy. Screaming Man be like, oh. Chai Dude was spilling some Shia moves there. Just do. Oh my god, he was. He was Lionheart. Cooming Man. Studs, please. Tara would love the Nanamo minion. Yes, I would. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There was a villain on the loose, set to ruin our fair city. But our lord has got him now, and his fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who'd witness it, a fall, are invited to join his lordship in the offer. Ooh! A ritualistic human sacrifice? Don't mind if I do. A malcontent? How dreadful. And this man is to face sentencing? That's right. In fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mentioned is part of the Emergent, the level above us where Lord Vothri resides. Ordinarily, you would be barred from entering, but it seems they'll be opening its doors for the next little while. The Crown Lift will take you up there. Then we better not dawdle. It's gonna be ritualistic human sacrifice. I know it. I know it. Tara, once you're out of the cutscene, look at my shoulder. Oh, hang on, Jolly. With the Sam Glam, the hat is not giving. I'm not in love with the hat. I like everything else. The hat is not. It's not what I would want. I'm sorry. I'm just being honest. But what's wrong with the shoulder? Why am I looking at your shoulders? I love the idea of Shadowbringers. All of them are so unique. Wait, what do you mean all of them? Wait a bit. Waiting. Waiting a bit. Oh, does Nanamo climb up on... Wait a second. Does Nanamo climb? Wait. Minion. I think I have wind up Nanamo, don't I? I don't have wind up Nanamo. Illegal. Illegal. Choo-choo. Phone! Thank you for the biddies and the choo-choo. Phone, I love you. Hope your day's been awesome. She is on my shoulder on my screen. Oh, so you can't beckon her, right? Because she's already there. Where's red panda on head tells other people hat is no good. You know what? You know what? Damn. When you're right, you're right. That's all I'm going to say. Let's go back to Froggy. Let's go back to Froggy. Where's it? What did I just press? What the hell is this? Minion hotbar? What? I don't know what that was. It scared me. It frightened me. I want my Froggy. Where's my Froggy? Froggy! I can't find it there. Funky got a point. Funky got a point. Oh, wait, that's so cute. That's precious. That is precious. I love Nanamo. That's very cute. Hello, gamers. Hello, phone. Thank you for starting a hype train, by the way. Everything, it's a masterpiece. And so is Endwalker, a masterpiece. I'm loving it. That's for a gold saucer mini game. Ah ha ha. 14 has developed Chobits. Yeah. They have. I did back and wall on my shoulder, and then she climbed up. Is it precious? We back to Froggy Wizard. Come here, Froggy Wizard. It's snack time for you. It's snack time. Have some delicious air. Oh yeah, there you go. Tasty air. Hi, Spaz! Spaz, are you home? Did you have a shower? Is the water running again? Did they turn the water back on? Guys, I'm a stinky streamer boy today. I didn't get to have a shower. I woke up and the water was still on. I forgot that they were turning it off today. And then they turned it off. Run tap? Okay. It made me so sad.
Welcome to Watch Mojo. Today they're going to count down the top 10 moments I tricked her.
Prey Nix, when did you sneak in here? Hello, Prey. Prey, love you. It's good to see you. Boop. Minion Hotbar. There's a mini game you can play in the. Oh, now all the pieces are coming together of what you guys were talking about. There's a minion mini game in the Gold Saucer. Got it. He's literally laying on a Sin Eater.
That's him. That's Voltry.
He's literally laying on a Sin Eater. Wait, there's two Sin Eaters. Oh Lord, he coming. Why are there so many Sin Eaters just vibing? What's going on?
He's attended by Sin Eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking?
Yeah, literally what Alphino. Listen, I'm the one asking questions here.
Boy.
Big boy. Phone, thank you for the videos. Jolly, thank you for the videos as well. I think you need a degree to play that game. Is it that complicated? I've been here for hours and he notices me. JK got here like 5 minutes ago. I love you, Frey. Oh.
Mercy. Mercy.
He probably didn't even do anything like particularly bad. He's been framed.
By the 12.
Oh no! Our cat boyfriend! Our cat boy,
Kaishia,
comma,
what
friend.
happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
I'm scared. Often asking questions, Terra with his detective cap. I'm the detective in this place, literally.
The poor deserve this punishment, clearly.
No! Shapiro, shut up. Jolly, thank you for the biddies.
Lord Vortry, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Oh my god, there's just like wine. Look at all this like wine just chaotically thrown around.
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished.
Jolly,
And
thank you
this
for the
man
biddies.
is guilty of fraud.
Oh shit.
He came to us claiming to be a man of business, yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but.
Yeah, see, I was gonna point that out, that would be a problem. He himself wouldn't have had to deal with the Sahagin, right? It was Alphino that struck the bargain with them.
It's a city built on love for one's fellow man.
I'll make Eorzea great again.
No, Jolly.
Live only to take a blight upon our society.
Thank you for the 300 videos. What is up with Tiny Head Jabba the Hutt? This is the ruler of Yulmore. I just want to quickly reread that. Yulmore is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society. Cartman all grown up.
To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony.
Bro.
I bet this guy doesn't have a nice cock.
Jolly, thank you for all the biddies. What the heck, you sweet soul. Check out his armpit if you get a chance. Oh no. Okay, only because he told me to. He looks like he was the actor for Jabba stuffed in that suit and they took his head off. It's Jabba in everything but face. New bitch badge, let's go. Jolly, congrats on the badge update.
And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that. What then is a man of mercy to do? But offer the sinner another way to show his contrition.
I'm concerned. Pizza the Hut, no.
Another way?
Pizza the Hut is
What
Spaceballs,
exactly?
isn't it? Big reveal.
Sin eaters are part of Yulmor's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether.
Oh, and is that why they're docile?
So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide.
So he was trying to cut off his arm? And couldn't do— What in the saw?
And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
Bro.
'Tis true that Kaishia won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by a desire to share in your paradise.
Fucking get his ass, Alphino.
That you would cast him out, I could almost accept. But to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmor?
Well, Jolly, think of the stretch.
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of
ritualistic human
safety
sacrifice for
and
harvest.
stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear.
Oh! What is happening here, Funky? What is happening here? There's a face coming out of his armpit. What is this? What is this? I don't like it.
I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Sin Eaters.
Okay, brief, tiny, don't judge me observation. Sin Eater's hot. Okay, just saying. Sin Eater's hot.
And
I just had to get that out of my chest.
I alone the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
My man built like a snowman. Oh, is that a mullet or a ponytail? Oh, on him. We may never know. He could give some of the food. He obviously has enough to take of it to make a little less barren, right, Charon? Right? Are you having this expansion, Terra? Hope you are. Am I having? Are you having with this? Happy with this expansion? This expansion is dark. This expansion is very dark. Unironically, there's no pun there because Shadowbringers, there's no pun. It's just dark. Oh, having fun. His rings are actually bracelets.
And people call this paradise.
Do it on my Lalafell, his rings would be like hula hoops.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Painting.
Oh, an artist! Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmor. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence.
Guys, thank you so much for the hype train, you sweet beans. It means a lot. It means the world. It means the heckin' world to me. Too much light and yet so dark, literally. That chaotic opera singer in the background. Plava Laguna singing for her life in there. She's really giving, Soma. She's giving everything right now. Proceeds to paint a shit as he should. I think we've learned all we need to of Yulmore. I'm happy to leave now. And blow this place up.
Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
I hate VOD3. Holy shit, dude. Kill him! Shoot him!
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could.
Ooh! Get his ass. Get his ass. A mirror.
Can you walk? I think so.
Yeah, it's like a ponytail mullet action going on. I'm so glad Kaishir didn't die.
Did that little worm just insult me?
Yes.
I'll kill them! I'll kill them all!
Baby rage! Baby rage
Save their
VOD3!
minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! Then tear out their hearts!
Holy shit, dude. And everyone's like, yes, VOD3. Yes, well done, sir. He came in like a wrecking ball. My man got more folds than laundry. Imagine folding your laundry. I'm so glad we're out of Yulmore. We're not going back in, Alfie, okay? Kaishir, I'm so glad you're still alive, bud. Thank you again. My pleasure. Who's that, smiley face? Wait, oh shit, did I miss something? Don't tell me I missed something. Was I reading chat? Was I blanking? Fuck. Yes, you did. Fuck! To the unending journey. You missed something at the very end right as you looked away. It's like me missing all the jump scares in horror games when I read chat. Fuck. Forgive me. In my anger, I seem to have marched us back outside again. Though it is probably best we leave the island altogether. I believe we've worn out our welcome in Yulmore. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the Sin Eaters will find few allies in Kalusia. Oh, wait! Is anyone able to clip it? It's our fault, to be fair. You guys are being too funny. If anyone could go back and clip it for me, that would be the perfect solution. I will accompany you back in the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Yes, thank you. Crystarium it is. Kaishir, I have done you a grave disservice. You were hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without once considering the risks inherent in you accepting it. If I had known the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I needed to make your idea work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. Even after all the trouble I caused you, you still stepped in and saved me, and now Lord VOD3 wants us all dead. Why not come back with us to the Crystarium? I'm certain we will find work for you there, if you're willing. Do it, please, 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 please. No, that would just be me leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking, learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. All right, fair enough. Chat, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. We'll check it out. Also, hi, Ray. Ray, welcome in. It's better to miss something than have chat tell you when to pay attention. Stuff can always be clipped. Trongan? Wow, 10 out of 10. Love you. That is a perfect opinion. Very well, but you must promise you'll be careful. The Yulmorans may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head down, don't worry. And you take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. Okay, Kaishir. Strong, independent cat boy who don't need no Alfie. Yeah, if we were sitting there like, hey streamer, pay attention, this cutscene's very important. Yeah, that would kill the mood for sure. Alphino. The Chais. Lord and Lady Chai. What in the blazes did you do? They have the entire city looking for you. I took a peek through your unfinished portrait, Alphino. Now I've had many a beautiful and striking picture painted for me, but there was something about your work. It was as if you had caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I'll speak with Lord Vothri and vouch for your character. I'm sure we can smooth over any hard feelings. No, yeah, thank you. That's the correct answer. I'm sorry, Lady Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us to the fullest? For those we can save, for those we have lost, for those we can get saved. That's what's more important. Alphino painting nudes. Pray, press me no further. We are leaving, but I would not presume to take the garments you were so kind as to procure for me. One moment. I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy, I insist. And I shall make arrangements so that you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I will return, I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go unanswered. The next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade. I love Alfie. Dulia is a good bean. She is. I like Dulia. Her husband is something, but Dulia's great. All right, let's see what we missed. Let's see what we missed here. Pull it up over here. Boop, what just happened? My Tie Pie? Hello? With the Prime Gaming? A fresh, organic Prime Gaming? Hey, I appreciate you. What the heck? All right, let's see. What do we miss? What do we miss? We're just gonna leave it muted because I'm just obviously supposed to see someone. Oh, it's Solar? What is his name again? How did I not see that? Oh my God, it's so obvious. I was looking at all the people's faces. Solus? Solus, I think his name is. So I think I'm meant to believe that Solus is playing a big part. Solar, shut up. Shut up, Golsip. We've only been shown his name once. Don't believe me. Solus Zilscalvis, thank you. Yeah, I think we're led to believe that Solus is pulling the strings. Wait a second. The Ascians can jump between the worlds. That is an important key that I forgot. Interesting. Interesting. Solus McBolus. Also, my Tie Pie, I just want to thank you again for the primer. Thank you for taking $2.50 right out of Bezos' pocket and giving it to me. You sweet soul. Oh, it's actually outside the Crystarium. Okay, let's go to Still Tide. What pony is that pony? That's a cool pony right there. I like it. I think I just missed him when I played through that part too. Too distracted by Man Baby. He was going off and it was hilarious, to be fair. Terra has provided himself key information. I did it. Someone next to us called Wife Material Nightmare. I missed it. Solaire. It's Solaire. Hi, Elfie. Ready to go home? Thank you, my friend, for staying at my side through this whole sordid endeavor. Whilst not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for, our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say, our plans for saving the First are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Vothri and his subjects. Yeah, not at all. Come, we must speak with the Exarch and chart a new course. This is far from over. The horse is called Nightmare. It's a very rare... That's what Izagi was talking about. So Jolly, when Izagi was helping me farm the ponies, they said that there's a very rare mount that can show up, but it's very rare, obviously. You might be able to see the man hanging off the building now too if you wanted to. Can't remember if he's there now. Didn't notice him until way after this, so I don't know for sure. Well, there was the one that was part of the main story quest, but that wasn't the one you were talking about before, right? Hey, there's that white mage we saw earlier. They're level 80 though. They can't be like on a similar quest to us. My, you got a lot of sweeping to do there, Jolly. Got a little bit of sweeping. By the way, have I seen the clip? Of which? The clip that that Jat made for us? Yes, I did. Oh, he's right outside the entrance to Yulmore in Gate Town. Oh! I didn't see them. We should look again next time we're around Yulmore, as I'm sure we'll go back at some point. Eorzea! I see you've reunited my brother as well. I'd dearly love to hear how that story went. Well, there was a man baby involved. Ah, it's good to be back amongst friends, not to mention my dear sister. I have not seen her for some time, but I gather she is keen to press on with our plans as I am. And you've seen quite a lot of the first yourself now, more than enough to appreciate the scale of obstacles we face. Let us lay our discoveries before the Exarch and discuss what must be done. Baby rage. He's struggling so much, it's kind of sad, and there's no possible way, like no side quest or anything to save him, Charon. I don't know if my heart could take it. A perpetually suffering NPC. What if the NPCs have feelings? What if we accidentally code them with emotions? What is your purpose? You're there to suffer, dangling for all eternity.
So you return. Have you gained a better understanding of the crisis now faced by the First?
Vothri in particular is a major crisis.
Better is not the word I would use.
I look forward to the VOD just so I can rewatch your struggle to find me in Yulmore. It was fun,
Some lands
Jelly.
may have been spared the flood, but the survivors live only to suffer. There seems no end to the horrors inflicted by the Sin Eaters.
Indeed. Those abominations are a calamity in their own right. And I can well imagine how hopeless the task of eradicating them must seem to you. But after countless battles and untold sacrifice, we have identified a potential weakness. Sin Eaters are drawn to serve the strongest of their kind, a class of creature we call Light Wardens. And from what we have been able to ascertain,
Jesus. Ah, Jolly! Karen is so deserving of a sub. Thank you so much for gifting them. You sweet soul! Jolly, looking after our community like this. You're too kind. You're too kind. Light Wardens, from what we have been able to ascertain, only a handful of these entities exist. Guys! Hang on.
Just as an ant colony will perish in the absence of its queen, we believe that the death of a Light Warden will cause the lesser creatures within its sphere of influence to disperse.
That's a good theory. I need to show you guys something. Well, not show you, but you guys need to hear something. I made something. I don't know how I want to use it yet, but I made this.
I'm proud of you.
Remember how I said I wanted to make this a line? Like, and maybe make it a redeem?
I'm proud of you.
I don't know how I want to use it yet, but I did grab it. I did go back and get that today. Might be a redeem? I don't know. We'll see. But I had to get the Alize, I'm proud of you. Especially with the context that she was delivering that line as if she was talking to her own child. Made it so much more special.
I have a feeling Yulmore might have something to say about any concerted action we take against these monsters.
5 gift subs. I was thinking of maybe like doing something for the gift subs and like adding something 14 related to it. Put it over Lakshmi opening her arms. God, my heart.
Vorthra's command over the Sin Eaters is integral to Yulmoran society. In seeming to guarantee his people's safety, it guarantees their obedience. He will not take kindly to us depriving him of such useful allies.
And then, yeah, no, it's full circle. It's full circle in Yulmore, because he keeps the Sin Eaters happy by creating a society that everyone wants to be a part of, so he can give their ether to the Sin Eaters that like work for him, we'll say. And in exchange, they have power, right? And protection.
Agreed. Thus we will need to occupy or otherwise divert his forces whilst we proceed with the business of eliminating the Wardens.
My heart. Karen, you're too sweet.
Until we have done so, all other considerations must be set aside if we are to forestall the 8th Umbral Calamity.
Are you sure the limiting the Wardens will be enough? Because it kind of seems like the lesser ones could still gain in power? I don't quite know how the seniors work yet.
Your uncertainty is understandable given the circumstances. Perhaps a more detailed explanation is in order. To begin at the beginning.
Okay, maybe we're gonna get a full explanation. Oh, we're getting a dazzling explanation, no less.
In the ancient past, a single star was divided into 14.
Everyone shut the fuck up. This is so important. Everyone shut the fuck up. I'm not looking at chat. This is so important. This is about the sundering or the shattering or whatever it was called. Okay, I'm ignoring you guys. Mwah, love you. Mwah, 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 mwah. Goodbye.
This is the source, your home. These others are the 13 shards, in whose number we find the first. Though physically separate, they retain a connection to each other, and with the source especially.
Okay.
Now, let us assume that a given element in one of the shards attains abnormal ascendancy.
Okay.
Just as water will flow from the highest point to the lowest, the excess energy will begin trickling into the source.
Oh, so because the first is... Okay, I'm gonna shut up.
And such an influx of ether will of course exert a palpable influence. If the element in question were fire, then drought and wildfires might ensue. If it were ice, one might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold. As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, a single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds.
Okay.
What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source.
So this main star is the source, and these are the reflections of the world, I think. The source and its shards, yeah. BRB food cost me. See you in a bit, Karen. PowerPoint got an update, it seems. It got a shiny update. Carcinization is base. I don't know what carcinization is. Oh, fire? Yeah. I'm just catching up with chat a little bit. Yes. Yep. Okay. So then if one of the worlds gets fricked up, it damages the source itself, is what I think I'm being told, if I'm absorbing correctly.
At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full. Its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions.
Okay.
An earthquake thus magnified might strike with enough force to shatter continents. A tidal wave might swell to a size capable of drowning entire nations.
Bottoms can't do math, Mac. You would. Carcinization is not fire. What is carcinization? Is the tendency for sea creatures to... Oh! You guys are talking crabs. I don't know why I just say something related to crabs anytime I gift someone a sub. It's because of carcinization. I watched a whole video on that. We were talking about it before. How there's a video, it's like evolution keeps turning everything into crabs. Lalafell! Hi, Shoal Squids! Shoal, don't be upset with me. So we did the beehive, right? We did the beehive quest in the MSQ. And I'm kind of thinking about making a bunny boy because I didn't like being a Lalafell forced up on the pole. It made me uncomfy. So I was like, well, if they're gonna force me onto poles, I might as well join the ranks of bunny boys. So I made a bunny boy. He's in the character creator, but I'm not gonna switch yet. But I am thinking it. I am considering it.
These devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities.
Crabs are just a special case of beetle, God's chosen life form. As long as it's not a Mikote, that's okay. The thing was, I was kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Not devoted. Intrigued by the idea of making a somewhat mask-looking bun boy, and I got there without facial hair. He just kind of looks depressed. He looks like a depressed short hair Sephiroth now, and I kind of love him. I kind of accidentally fell in love with him. But wind up Terra. I would be very sad to leave Lalafell behind, but there are some glams that I've been seeing people in, and I'm like, oh, I want to wear those, but I don't want to do it to a Lalafell. To think without Endwalker equals no bunny boy. Maybe. I know people said late in this X-Pack there's a Lalafell only zone, and I'm gonna wait till I hit there and then explore the Lalafell only zone, see what it has to show, and then maybe decide if we become bunny boy. 500 days of Bunman. A crab tattoo? Hell yeah. I've been a Lalafell for 6 years. I haven't stopped for a day. So like every game that I play, right, I'm short races, but I've never been forced into a situation before like that where I was like in like a scandalous situation as one of my cute short races. So it conflicted me. It conflicted me. Okay, Umbral Calamities. Got it.
7 times has a calamity befallen the source. 7 times has a shard been absorbed.
Back into the source. So the Ascian's main goal is to have all the shards reabsorbed into the source so we become what the Garleans were calling like the master race, to be rejoined instead of being fragmented as we are. Lalafell since AR launch. The Ascians want every single one to be absorbed. This one was absorbed by darkness, I'm assuming. Looked like one was absorbed by wind. This one was absorbed by fire. Earth? Yeah, earth. Water. Then everything changed when the Light Nation attacked. Actually don't know what element this represents. Nor this one. So the Ascian's main goal...
At present, the light-drowned realm of the First stands perilously close to meeting the conditions for a rejoining.
Got it. So basically, the Ascian's main goal is to blow up and then act like they don't know nobody. That's basically the Ascians. Summarized, that's the Ascian's whole goal. I love how Bun Boys look in glam, but their faces aren't very well animated in cutscenes in my opinion. Oh, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. That's a clip. So one was ice, one was dark. Got it. Kia, thank you. Oh, and that was thunder, not dark. Got it, got it, got it. I had them in the wrong order. Ooh, okay. So
it is the Sin Eaters who are to blame for the light's continued dominance.
And I'm assuming the Ascians have something to do with the Sin Eaters.
In addition to attracting their lesser kin, the Light Wardens I mentioned earlier radiate ether, saturating every corner of their territory with light.
Okay.
Even here in the flood-spared region of Norvrant, their influence is strong enough to banish night from the sky.
I think I totally get it now.
Thus, if we are to restore balance to the First
well, not totally,
and head off a potential calamity, it is imperative that we put each and every Light Warden to the sword.
Gotcha.
We've been doing our best to take the fight to the enemy ever since we first heard the Exarch's explanation.
But if you remove one Light Warden, like we need to know what creates the Light Wardens in the first place. To just clear them out, I don't think that would solve the issue, right? Because the issue is the imbalance of light and dark in the first. How do we bring back the dark? I mean, I'm a Reaper now, so I'm the first step. I'm the first step to bringing it back. They're well animated, Funky. They're just himbos. I mean, I am a sucker for a himbo. I remember mostly no hats for Vieras. That's right. That's right. Oh, can I handle no hats? There's so many cute hats. Fuck, I don't know if I can handle that. Started as a cat girl, changed to Aura when Heavensward got released. Haven't changed since. If I play a character for long enough, I get attached to them. So I started as an Aura when we started, and I loved him, but he was just so tall and lanky that we shrunk. We shrunk a little bit. Sounds like fighting the symptom, not the cause. Exactly, Trunken. exactly. Bro, light creates them. What do you mean? Yeah, and there's too much light. So the main issue is that there's an imbalance. We need to fix the imbalance, not just like, I'm trying to think of an analogy with like an illness. Rather than like pulling off the like growths, we need to fight the core issue of this illness, which is the imbalance. Also, Mac, did I say hi to you? Mac, I love you. I don't know if I said hi to you. Mwah, love you. Yeah, tall and lanky is too unrealistic. Not like I'm 6'3" and skinny.
Though we have yet to claim any meaningful victories, if truth be told.
Yeah. Once
Apart
again,
from being confoundingly
fighting the symptoms.
elusive, the Light Wardens possess a troublesome quality which compelled us to delay our plans until such time as you arrived.
Troublesome quality?
Forgive the interruption, my lord, but
Lena.
Hallminster Switch is requesting reinforcements.
She's so goddamn pretty. Help, help, help. Help!
They
I'm
say
swooning.
the Sin Eaters are attacking in force, and the village could soon be overrun.
Alert the guard. We should be prepared in case the fighting reaches the Crystarium.
Hmm.
You have command of our forces in the field, Captain, but hold off on entering the town until I arrive. That goes for Alphino and Alize as well.
Got it. Alize's not gonna listen.
Pray, lend us your strength. Such a fight will provide you with far greater insight than any explanation I could offer.
We're such an edgy little guy. I changed her into a female aura. The male ones don't look appealing to me, plus they run stupidly. Trongan? Okay, listen. There's a clip of me in the Crystal Tower cutscenes from like months ago. And the walking animation of the male aura was so janky. I swear to God, that was 50% of my reason for race switching. Was just how janky they move. The male aura got shafted, dude. And not even in a pleasurable way, just in a, they got robbed of like everything good. Probably know how, because I rolled in with an inappropriate comment. I mean, I should just expect it by this point, Mac, but I mean, here we are. Had I started now, I probably would have made a bunny boy, and that is coming from someone who normally plays female characters. It's because the bunny boys can be effeminate, right? The bunny boys are androgyny incarnate, which is why I wanted to try my best to make a mask. Do you know what I wish they had, but I don't think it would look good on their faces? I wish they had like a 5 o'clock shadow option. But yeah, I really wanted to make a mask bunny, and I had like facial hair, but their facial hair is weird. I don't know if I like the bunny facial hair, but I think he looks good. I think the picture's in the gameplay channel if you're curious, because I posted it there and I was like, somebody stop me. Somebody stop me. Hallminster Switch is in the north of Lakeland, so we had best make haste with our preparations. In fact, meet me outside the Crystarium at the crossroads northwest of the Ascensor Gate, and I shall lead you there myself. Aye. I don't know, man. You made the TikTok. I did. It was too funny. I kept thinking about like what kind of content I want on TikTok again, and that clip of just getting called a bottom was in my head, and I was laughing so hard. I was like, yeah, okay. It's going straight on the TikTok, that one. Okay, we need to go this way. Yeah, they look exactly androgynous enough to catch my preference. Exactly. They're the fun level of it. Terra, we're 7 hours in and no dungeon. How does that feel? 7 hours in, what do you mean? Oh, it feels great, Jolly. Are you kidding me? There's so much story. I don't give a fuck we haven't done a dungeon. It feels great, dude. They're giving me a lot of exposition. It's all interestingly told. They're telling me more of the reflections of the shards. Having it, you know what? Like, I'm such a visual learner. Having it visually explained to me with the shards being absorbed into the source, like with an actual imagery of it happening, made my brain connect with it so much more. Because I'm such a visual person when it comes to understanding things. It's so pretty! Dude, I love the first. Oh, we should be looking for ether currents while we're out and about. 204 yalms to the west. So over this way. We're already heading west. That clip slayed me. It's so good, Mag. Tomorrow is National Chocolate Day! You know what you have to do. I will do my duty. I will do it, Taco. I will eat chocolate tomorrow. Much as it pains me to do so. I've told you guys before how I'm not really a sweet person, right? I like salty snacks. Like I like chips and like nuts and things like that. Spess is type 1 diabetic. I have never eaten more sweets in my life than the time that I've been dating Spess for. Spess always has chocolate in the house. Spess always has candies in the house. It's so not good for him, but like, seriously. Brings home cake all the time. Like, I'm not complaining. I have grown more accustomed to eating sweets, but it's funny. Enemy's tears are your favorite. Exactly. Salty, salty tears. He emerges because he's been called out. Yeah, he's always here. Fun fact, there's a fate in Lunasia called 9 Ilm Snails. Nice. Nice, Jolly. I love Catboys with Girabonian plate hairstyle. Girabonian plate hairstyle. I don't know if I've seen it. Maybe I need a screenshot of it. I should make a cake this weekend. Yes, you should, Pray. All set. If we follow this road north, we will arrive at Northern Staging Point. The village itself lies not far beyond. Quickly now. That's not very quickly. Excuse, sir? Quickly now. As he slowly fucking. That was with none haste. Hello, I would like some none haste with left beef. What the fuck was that? Yeah, Reese's are my go-to. Reese's, 10 out of 10 chocolate. Anything with chocolate and peanut butter will always be my weakness. See, I'm very blessed too because I've told you guys how much I love Reese's, right? Spess hates peanut butter. I don't know what's wrong with him. He hates it. I love him for it because then if we have any sort of like peanut butter chocolate, he just fucking leaves it. And I get to take my time and enjoy it. It's great. Literally the perfect man. Spess is canceled? No, he's the perfect man because then I always get the peanut butter chocolate. Always. Oh, it's the very thick ponytail with braids. I may have seen it. I may have seen it. Speaking of bun boys, I know we're talking cat boys, but speaking of bun boys, I love the long hair they have with the braids. I almost went with that one. Sounds like me with milk. If you should not have it, you crave it even more. Exactly. I'm 100% sure you've seen it if you've been in Limsa for more than 2 minutes. At least they're good enough milk alternatives now, but geez though. Also, if you just get, oh shoot. There's brands of like dairy-free milk that aren't really dairy-free. They just have like the enzyme in them that your body is lacking to break down the milk. But those kinds of milks, there's so many around now. And there's a lot that are really good and don't taste like ass. Fun fact, I also get to be outside and social this weekend. Something that hasn't happened in like 2 months. Pray, let's go. Do you care sharing what you're gonna be up to? Chocolate and cherries are disgusting. Okay, I don't like cherries. I'm so glad to find another cherry dislike human. I will always give my cherries to Spess. Always, 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 always. I don't know if it's a texture thing. It's like, how do I word it? It's like cherry sweetness is dull. So it turns me off. I don't know how to explain it. They're like not quite sweet. And I don't know, they're weird. I just don't like them. They're usually on the tops of things and I'll be like, here you go, Spess, have cherry. Peanut and chocolate is the combination of the gods. That stuff can't be made by coincidence to mesh that well. Seriously though. Vanilla almond milk is the best. I need to try more almond milks. I have not given them a fair enough try because the first one that I had was just super watery and it turned me off. You cherries, thank you. Thank you. I have found my people, truly. For coffee, I even prefer the taste of oat milk now. I do too. I do too. I'm that queer when I go to the coffee shops. Do you have oat milk? I had an interaction with the cutest barista in the world. And I was like, you guys have oat milk, right? And they were like, yes, it's the only way that I get it. And I was just like, hello? Hello, are you queer? Like I just felt it. I felt it. You know what I mean? It was like a mutual nod moment. Sour cherries are nice though. Candies? Yes. Maraschino cherries are dumb and awful. Real cherries aren't bad, but sometimes can be tart. Maybe that's what I don't like about them then, the tartness. Fave milk, cashew, but it's not super common, so you go with oat milk. Apparently you're queer. Yes, you are. Sorry. I don't make the rules. I'm just making the rules. If you have oat milk, you're instantly queer. No, I'm just kidding. Pray, your boss invited you over for a spoopy party. Are you getting dressed up? You better be. It better be a costume party. People used to write little happy faces on my cups when I would order large with 5 cream. 5 cream, 9 sugars. Holy Jesus. Are you a sweetie, Taco? Are you? Oh, I think we might have a dungeon. I think there might be a dungeon here, you guys. I get the distinct feeling that we're approaching a dungeon. After trying 20,000 different kinds of cheesecake and still don't like cheesecake, I know I'm in the minority, you are. Sometimes not in a nice way. Oh no, you definitely are. I would fucking give up my firstborn for a good cheesecake. A good New York style cheesecake. Oh, I would commit war crimes for it. I milked an oat once and now I'm queer. True, Soma, true. My grandparents used to have a huge sour cherry tree, so maybe I just acquired a taste for them. I mean, if you had them always around you, that would make sense. Fave nut, cashew. What? Wait, where are my pistachio lovers? Pistachios go hard, dude. Cashews are good though. I'm not gonna shit on cashews. You act like I have thought about dressing up for Halloween when I haven't done anything for Spoopy in like 13 years. Well, hop on that Amazon, get that instant shipping, that 2-day, 1-day, whatever it is. Pray, no excuse. It's cosplay, it's literally cosplay. Cheesecake, I love it, but it brings back memories. Some good, some bad. Aw, bittersweet it is. Holminster Switch has passed these gates and through these woods. 'Tis not exactly a near neighbor to the Crystarium, but as we occupy the same region, we have built up something of a cooperative relationship. What can we expect inside, Captain? The town is beset by a swarm, unlike any we have seen in recent years. We did our best to evacuate the villagers, but as many as half remain. That's no good. Judging by the number of eaters present, we have good reason to believe that a Light Warden leads the attack. How convenient. It seems we'll have our chances to slay a warden sooner than we expected. One does not simply slay a warden. Has no one told you what happens if you defeat one of those fiends? They hold more light inside them than all of their underlings put together. It can be struck down, aye, but its essence won't dissipate like the weaker kind. Vile ether will billow outwards and envelop the nearest living being, a reckless young swordsman perhaps, and turn her into a brand new warden. Ah. We have a problem. Ah, well then you can leave that particular quandary to us. I must ask that the guard stand down and allow us to engage this leader of eaters alone. Concentrate on the survivors. We must save every life we can. But what if... Understood, my lord. As captain of the guard, however, I will not watch you brave such danger without an escort from our ranks. I insist that I go with you. Very well, then our warden slaying party shall include myself, the Leveliers, Captain Lena, and at last but not least, me! Tiny little potato! I'm broke as fuck. Fair. I was gonna try and get an Isaac Foster cosplay, but it was a bit more expensive than I wanted. Damn! Pain, pray. Next time, next time. A formidable group indeed. Into Holminster we go. Once we reach the Light Warden, do not hold back. We strike to kill. Holminster Switch, now accessible. The instance dungeons encountered in subsequent main scenario quests can be completed solo, alongside a supporting party of NPCs. To make use of this feature, simply speak with one of your NPC companions near the entrance to the instance and select the option to form a party. Alternatively, you can also select duty support under duty from the main menu or interact with the instance entrance itself. When forming a party, you will need to follow the same role restrictions imposed when using the duty finder. Alternatively, you can find party members via the duty finder as usual and complete the instance with fellow players instead. Now listen. I was told it is worthwhile for story content to do it with the NPCs. We have a whole group here, ready and waiting. No, you listen. Sweetly. The introduction of trusts was such a good move. If you want to do with trust, go for it. I love the trusts. Meh. I can go make dinner. Pepe laugh. It's worthwhile to do it with the NPCs. Trusts are super slow. It's a lie. Oh my god, Frog Wizard! Look at it! He's so cute. Do it if you want. NPC trusts are slower but have more dialogue. Here's what we'll do. We'll do it once to see what it's like. And then if I don't like it, then we'll group up for all the future dungeons. Oh, they don't AoE. I don't like the trust system, but a lot of people seem to. We'll give it a shot. We'll give it a shot. So you can go make Din-Din. You can go make Din-Din. Oh, I like your glasses. I like your glasses. The nice little glasses you got. very soothing. So we'll give the trusts a try. And if we don't like it, then we'll group up for the future content. If you die, it wipes, you gotta restart. Can't be rezzed, so just don't die. Okay. Also, Alize steals the damn limit break. Okay, I have mine keybound. I'm gonna press it the minute I see it. The trusts are fun, but they don't really have anything special. And they get hit by lots of stuff. Also, do we have a healer? Elfno, are you a healer? I'm sorry. Academician? The fuck is... I mean, I know it's a scholar. I see the symbol. But what is an academician? All-rounder. So Exarch will be our tank. Aw, I feel bad to exclude Lena. Wait, insufficient level? Guys, we have a problem. I have to do this on Red Mage, I think. I think I have to do a Red Mage. Fuck. 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 All right. Here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna do it on Red Mage. Have to do it as Red Mage. Oof. Shame. We should have switched to Reaper sooner. I was sleeping on it. Red Mage. Do we... Wait. Do we want to do some roulettes? Because I bet you with the roulettes, we could get Reaper to 71. Whole Mystery is 71. We could get a party together, do some duty roulettes, and then do trust. Huh? Huh? Because I kind of want Reaper to be up there so I can give it experience. You have to go with Alize for this one. For no reason in particular though. Weird. So even though the Kurt Guardsman is here, or Kurt Guardsman, Lena, sorry, I keep calling you what we saw you initially. We can't bring her, it's so sad. 1 or 2 less should give you a level, yeah. Let's do it then, let's do it. Gear set, no wait, gear set. Reaper. And it'll get me a little more comfy with the Reaper anyways. Easily, roulettes are 2 to 3 levels a day, yeah. I'll just make sure to eat my eggs. Wait, where's my eggs? They're not on my hotbar here. Eat egg. Boop. Boop. Wait, RE8 DLC drop tomorrow, Sweetling? RE8 DLC tomorrow? Oh my god. Shit, I don't know when I'm gonna have time for that.
My superstar.
Something about Mac giving you present. Hi, Julie! Julie, thank you for 16 months. Consume egg. Wait, you want to come, Matza? Promote me to party leader, Jelly, because we'll invite Matza. And then if anyone else wants to fill. Oh, you got them. Okay, good. What ones do you want to do? Are there any in particular that give the trial roulette and then maybe a normal dungeon? Trunken? 10 out of 10 with the big info. So we'll do trial roulette and then we'll do a dungeon. Consume egg. We have MSQ, which gives good experience. Leveling should cover you, and if not, then the MSQ roulette. Let's do... I mean, the MSQ could be fun. With the amount you need, probably leveling and MSQ. Let's do that. Let's do the MSQ for sure. We'll start with that. Whoops! Holy Jesus, that scared the crap out of me. So the other good thing is if we get a low level dungeon, I'm not gonna have to worry about some of my abilities, which will get me more comfy with the class. Yeah, like half this stuff is only level 50. Bum, 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 bum. Anyone else wanting to join? I don't think so. I don't think so. Friends list. Nope, I think we're good. I'm playing Total War 3 Kingdoms. No, you have fun, chat. You vibe out. I don't know why I keep pressing that button. It keeps jump scaring me. There's also a base level of experience you'll receive regardless. So unless you pull with Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, you get a good chunk of XP from leveling. Okay. Where are we? What is this? I have no memory of this place. Oh, Somal. What happens in Somal? I literally have no memory. The XP gained below Endwalker levels should be increased, right? So I thought they did that when a new expansion gets released. You guys would know better than me. Oh, you're an EU, Funky. No. So, Reaper doesn't have a lot of off GCDs, do they? I'm noticing when I press my buttons, pretty much everything goes on GCD. They have Bloodbath, but that's not really damage. Some malls where you open negotiations with Nidhogg by killing his wife. A little misguided in hindsight, right? God, Reaper AoE is very frustrating. What? Started on US servers, couldn't handle latency for playing and Ninja back then. Yeah. So I don't have my Grim Swath, I only have Bloodstock. And I don't have my Soul Scythe, nor my Slice. And Gibbet and Gallows are all like level 70 things, so I don't have to worry about them at all. Very cool. Arcane Crest is totally a panic button of I'm about to take a lot of damage. And then you Arcane Crest. Okay, I'm learning the class. Reaper has like nothing pre-70. It's good. It's letting me learn. You have Hades again. Let's go, Sweetling. I have zero positional to worry about either. He's very easy. Oh, I think Bloodstock is off the GCD. Is that a Gloom on meth? Yes, actually. Can you stun bosses? Fully resisted. No, you cannot. It's a baby mode of one of the coil raids. Easy peasy. Weaving 3 skills into the GCD was impossible, but now it's changed. It's probably possible to play with a bit of higher ping. So if you ever wanted to go back to the US servers, you're saying it's probably doable now? Whoop. Oops. Am I pulling? Do we have tank? Oh, Doc is our tank, okay. They're a sprout tank! Look at them. So cute. I need my stun on a better key. Control R is a little bit clunky to press. Shift 4 might be better. Whoop! Yeah, but now I get all my people in the EU data centers to no reason to switch back. Totally. You've made all your friends and otherwise on EU. So if you switched, you'd have no one. You'd have to start all over again. It's interesting to me how Red Mage at low level felt quite fleshed out. Like you have like so many of your abilities, whereas Reaper doesn't have a lot at low level. After seeing Red Mage at low level, I kind of thought, oh, so they learned to like balance it around previous content, but nope. Nope. Reaper got a little bit shafted. What are these ones again? Faint. Lowers target's physical damage. Get fricked. And arm's length means no knockback, right? No knockback or drawing. Okay. Tara, I love your face. Hi, Muffin. Muffin, when's your date again? Monday? I'm excited. I'm excited for you. Monday, yeah, let's go. Gotta go get some leggings. Let's go. Oh, I remember this boss. Do all the melee classes have a ranged option to use, like when they have no other choice? Because I think that's really cool. Like, I'd never really want to use Harp, but Monk doesn't. Poor Monk. But all the rest do? All but Monk? Aw. Monks, no. How could this happen to you? Most, yes, I think Monk is the only one who doesn't. But they have a gap close. But Reaper also has a gap close, like that. I wasn't using Shadow of Death until the boss fight. Delivers an attack with 240 potency. Afflicts with Death's design, increasing damage they take by 10% for 30 seconds. And what else does it do to me? Does something else. You can extend the duration to 60 seconds. Increases soul gauge by 10 if target is KO'd before. So in AoE situations, I really want to be pressing the AoE one. Ah, okay. Interesting. Because then I'll get a lot of soul juice. I'll get a lot of soul juice if they die. I miss Monk stances. Chat talked me out of leveling Monk. I was interested in it because I just wanted to punch people. And they were like, no. They're like, no, it's the least good melee class. Well, least enjoyable melee class is what a lot of people said for themselves, for their own personal tastes. Oh, I'm letting myself overcap on my bar. That's not good. Full set, if it's shit, at least we get a story out of it. Yo, Muffin, that's so cool. Oh shit. Haven't been able to play any MSQ for like a week because your throat has been ruined, Sag. Oh no. They had the monk punchy stance, monk defensive stance, and the monk, oh shit, I'm in the wrong spot. Time to shift into maximum overdrive and get out of this cleave stance. Sounds very aptly named. Interesting that they would call it that, honestly. Do I want any of this loot? No, not even remotely. Not even a little bit. I'm really hoping this thing goes well. If it doesn't, it'll just end up being friends vibe. Yo, that's so good. That's so good. Dude, I love that so much because then there's no real like pressure on the date to be good. And then you can both be more relaxed about the whole thing. Therefore, increasing the chances of it being a good date. Because there's no real expectation. Oh, I don't remember what this is all about. Ah, that's what this is for. I don't know what this is all about again. Oh, I just dropped a rock on my head. Almost made the same mistake I made last time of not attacking the wings. I remembered. Yeah. 15,000 damage from Braver? Jesus. I don't know if that one's Braver. I just know the melee limit break is called something like that. What duty is this? Oh, we're trying to get my Reaper to 71 so I can do the trust. Oh crap, what is it called? Something switch. Helmet switch? I don't remember what it's called. I don't think the date's gonna be awkward at all. It's like my kind of weirdo. Hell yeah, dude. Holminster, yes! Most serious relationship I had were friends before that, so there is that at least exactly. Wait, let me commend the little baby. No, he ran away. I wasn't able to commend the baby. We nearly leveled. Look how close. It was so close. It was almost there. Bum 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 bum. We go again. That's crazy. I didn't recognize it as such. MSQ roulette should definitely do it. Yeah. Oh, even trial roulette. Let's do trial roulette then. Because trial would be fast as fuck, and we might get Lakshmi. Oh, I love the Lakshmi fight. Could also just do all the dailies. But I don't want Reaper to be over leveled. I want Reaper to just be high enough that it's like appropriate for the MSQ. Yeah, MSQ would probably give you even way more than you need, yeah. You won't get Lakshmi? No, I want it. It'll sink down on stuff, it's okay. Woo! That's why you say MSQ roulette, to like give us a cushion. But it could be Lakshmi. Oh, because you're 62 on White Mage, that's why it won't be Lakshmi. Gotcha. Might as well level up your White Mage while we're at it, though. You're over leveled. Well, that's why I picked up Reaper. Hey, a nice classic Titan fight. Let's go. That's why I'm using Reaper, though, because Red Mage is 74 doing level 70 quests, and I don't like that. That doesn't bode well with me. It feels inefficient. I want options. I want options. So we level Reaper alongside it. Minfilia's earring boosted your level hard? Is this like a pre-order thing? Don't forget food buff. Oh, I still have my food buff. I eat my egg. Dude, I can't remember the last time we saw Titan even. Oh, it could have been Moogle Mog. Now I'm sad. Okay. Ouch. It should have been Moogle Mog. Ha! Oh god, which ones were flashing? I wasn't looking. Okay, we're good. Ew, I have to reapply my death's design to... Oh no, I'm getting sent to jail! Ugh. I have to reapply my death's design because of the fucking phase switch. Gotta get something before raid, and then raid. And then raid. Gray! Good luck raid, by the way. Oh, have a great Shadowbringers night. I will. I will, believe me. I got 87 summoner, and I think you're only on level 80 MSQ. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to avoid. I love Red Mage to death, but it just feels wasteful. It feels wasteful when I could be leveling another job. So here we are. I should be perfect. Titan is pretty good. Bam, 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 bam. Treasure coffer. Don't care. I don't want it. Boop. You got removed from the jail as he did landslide. Oh no! Wait, we didn't level up. Oh shit! We have to do MSQ roulette. Trial roulette did not get us there. You went down. Oof. I've seen people play on preferred servers. Those got an even bigger XP boost and enable you to level like 4 characters through the MSQ. So actually some of my friends are on preferred servers and that's exactly what they're doing. They're leveling like actually 4 jobs all at the same time because they're just getting over leveled so much. Hey, we get to hear the line. Somebody press the button. Somebody press the button. We get to hear it. I will deal with you later, acid. Thank you, Jolly.
Sloppy.
Not that one. EJ! EJ, how are you? Welcome in. Oh god. Can't get comfy enough to sleep? Oh no. You know the drill. Unwind, relax, soak up vibes. You know how it is. Oh god. Oh wait, this is scripted. I was like, ugh! I see AoE circle, I panic. The voice direction, the slope guy was the only one that felt off to me in Heavensward. Like his body language was calm, but the voice actor was super animated, or the body was super animated. I feel you. I feel you, I feel you. I liked it a lot, but I totally get where you're coming from. It was a little mismatched. Do all the melee classes have Bloodbath? Oh yeah, Affinity, Pugilist, Lancer, Rogue, Monk. Wow! Nobody told me that the melees have such strong self-heals. That's really cool. Slowly making progress on scrubbing my entire house clean because party on Saturday. Dude, having company over is the best excuse. Sorry. How do I word this? I literally only like having company over as an introvert because it forces me to clean my house. That's what I'm trying to say. Not that I don't love my friends, but I just love that I'm like the social pressure of having a messy house gets to me. Motivation, yeah. Best motivation, there you go. That's the wording I'm looking for. I'm gonna harp him. What is the casting animation of harp even? That's a really cool animation. I like how they like reach up before throwing it. That's cool. Such motivation! Love it. Woo! Does anyone know if Death's design increases limit break damage? Because it does say increases the damage you deal to target by 10%. Took a nap? What year is it? Oh god, Izagi, one of those naps, eh? What are we doing? We're leveling up Reaper? No, it doesn't. Ah, that's too bad. We are leveling up Reaper because we were too low level for Holminster. I could have just done it on Red Mage, but I want them to level up simultaneously. Red Mage and Reaper. Nothing increases limit break damage. Fair. Why arm's length too slowly? It would be broken, not gonna lie. True. Yield not to the darkness. Hip. I love and hate my Lollipop voice. All the little okay, what did I miss in chat? Limit break damage should be only influenced by the equipment of your party. Okay, that's cool. So it's always static. Whee! Hoping to sleep an hour ago, but the corner of my room's too dark and it's causing mental breakdown. Oh no, EJ. I love you. Just got home an hour and a half-ish later than usual after the work Halloween party where they gave you alcohol and had karaoke. Yes, Rando, that sounds so much fun. I hope you had a blast. I'm up to but haven't completed Holminster exactly.
Under the protection of the crystal
Samurai used to have a setup where with the right party they could do an absolutely insane amount of damage. The end of their combo being roughly on par with Limit Break 1. Wow. got nerfed to the floor, I imagine. Otherwise, you'd always have to have a sound.
Mortal limits.
I think the party's average potency does. At least it used to. Maybe they changed that. Just never noticed. Gotcha.
Be brought to bear upon the shield of light.
EJ.
So
it's based solely on item level now. Okay.
Is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant.
Speak plainly, Ascian.
The heart of Sabik. It is the weapon's core.
You sang I write sins, not tragedies. My gay little heart rando. I love you so much. Yes.
Failed to scratch.
Protect me from monsters, Terra. It's okay. I will save you with the comfy vibes.
Within has lain dormant for eons.
Doing some Hilda stuff and it's so good. I can't wait to do Hilda, but I'm saving it for when I'm particularly emotionally devastated. When I need a full palate cleanser, that's when we'll start Hilda.
Spell without parallel. Ultima. I sought the life force of the primals for no other
Matza, I went for it.
To quicken the core. For the true power of the Ultima weapon lies within its
Oh no, not the Hildies. Valkyrie, welcome in, by the way. I don't know when you snuck in here. I missed you.
What have you done?
No more than was necessary.
Matza got Kekheimed. Omega lol, dude.
Reborn.
I'm gonna try to sleep again with you in the background, but I'm scared I'll end up 5 streams deep when you. Oh, you will. Oh, you will, EJ. You'll have no idea where you are when you wake up.
The hour is at hand. Behold, but a sliver of my god's power.
The heart of Sabik that everyone confuses with tacos for some reason. Wait, you chose to be Kekheimed? Unbelievable.
Seven hells, to the very pinnacle of the heavens. The world
Ultima spell incantation from Final Fantasy Tactics? Is this a throwback? Dude, everything in this game is a throwback to a previous title. Bro, he's just a little guy. Alright, fair enough. Big fat taco, so big. Wait, everyone shut up! It's coming! It's coming, the line. It's coming. I'm gonna stop talking. This is the most. Say the line, guys!
Such devastation!
Say the line, guys. You're the only one talking. Hey, quiet you.
Such devastation! This was not my intention!
He said the thing! Yes!
Oh, Heidelin. It seems the task of keeping your champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left.
He brought me macaronis.
Van Belzar, your enemy's shield is broken.
I got macaronis. And he's white cheddar, to be precise.
The rest I leave to you.
Shout the spell incantation before using it. That was Ultima's in the Japanese script. Yo, that's so cool.
Ascian. But first, I must deal with you.
What an edgy little bean we are. Look at that. Little edgy man. Terrab 16 spoiled, true. Also, hi, Fargo. Fargo, hi.
Let's find the answer together.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. Gaius did nothing wrong. I miss Laha bread. That's what Jolly's talking about in the chat. No spoils! I am baby. I'm typing in the chat. Ah! I got lasered! It's okay, I'll second win. Finishing a boss fight with a powerful skull or summoning incantation was chef's kiss for immersion. Dude, whenever, it's like when you complete a dungeon with limit break. It just feels so good to use your team's strongest move to end a fight. It feels perfect, as it's meant to be. much I love this theme. Such a good theme, honestly. I was today years old when I realized that he shoots his laser at the stack marker. This is an interesting revelation for me. This is the best song in A Realm Reborn. Maybe next to the first half of the Shiva fight. Oh, the Shiva fight! There's a reason why I jump on my Shiva mount a lot. I'm gonna go. If I fail to fall asleep, I'll return. Okay, EJ. Started playing Alien Isolation. I didn't get in the stack marker. I'm sorry. I'm throwing. Started playing Alien Isolation last night. People were laughing at me getting scared by doors opening. Dude, Alien Isolation is such a fun horror game. There's a reason why I played it twice. I think it's totally worth, if you've played Alien Isolation in the past, I think it's totally worth going back to experience it on Nightmare, because holy shit. It is stressful and fun on Nightmare mode. This part of the music was also never heard for long originally, since it used to be played when the boss was almost dead anyways. Right, and then they reworked the way that this boss works. Forgot about that. I don't deal with horror at all, so anything and everything will scare the fuck out of me. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Froggo. Fun fact, you've never finished a horror game? Before I started streaming, the only horror game that I ever finished was Penumbra Black Plague. It was the only one. Ultima, curse you, Asian! Terra, get the LB3. Okay. Here I go. Whee! So cool. He's so cool. I like Reaper LB3. He looks nice. Although it's no ver flashbang. GG. Take care, peoples, and enjoy your day night. I say heart. This Striker person, they're pretty chill. Thanks for the LV3 crystal, Mom. It's no ver flashbang, but it's quite cool. Are we 71? We are 71! Let's go! Yeah, this rework is really nice. The old MSQ dungeons were painful. Yeah, so I played A Realm Reborn, I think before these reworks, months ago. Then Endwalker came out, and I took a break from streaming 14, and then I came back to it now. Well, not now, but like a few months ago. And I'm so glad I did. I just wish that the reworks were there when I was doing it originally, because it was ouch. It was pretty ouchy. Jolly, thank you for gifting Ray a sub. Sweet, beautiful soul. Some drums also got their own skill incantations, some of them extremely badass. Monks got white hot whirling rage does burn. Its cry is the roar that knows no bounds. The world's wrath flows through my fists, you will not hide. That's so anime. Holy shit. And the Moogle summon got Koopo Koop. Kapoo. Hello. Hello. I like this glam. I like. Why you have such cool glams all the time? I need to use that coat. Okay, let's try the trusts. Bum, bum, ba-na-na, bum. We want you. Ah! Guys, how do I get my item level up? How do I get my item level up? I need jewelry. My jewelry is crap. Prepare yourself for amazing boss music. I died to the final boss of this dungeon like 6 times. I'm excited! But first, how do we get my item level up? Oh, poetic gear! Oh, poetic gear. Where do I go for Stormblood Poetics? Kugane. Kugane. Thank you, thank you. Do I have enough tombstones? Oh gosh, I hope so. It's Control C. Oh, I'm almost capped. Bum, bum, bum. Rogger's reach. Boop. Kugane or Rogger's. Okay. Yay, I helped. I always forgot the item level and get caught. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about it. Rogger. Okay. Who sells me the things? Wedge, you have a quest? Wedge, what is this quest for? The hunt for Omega. Oh, that's a raid, isn't that? Guys, when are we gonna do raids? Should we do raids next week? Do we want to do Omega raids next week? Yeah? Yeah? I kind of want to. Tombstone Exchange! Hello, Anna. I need some things. Disciple of War 2? This is all gear. Bum, 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 bum. I don't think that's right. Other? No. Accessories? No. There we go. I got there. If you do Omega, we can do ultimates. Wait, Skaven gear? Wait, this is right? Maiming. Not slaying, maiming? Memeing? There's no maiming. Slaying, fending, aiming, slaying, fending. Augmented Skaven, but there's only slaying. Go to the first one. Dairumyaku? What are the stats like? 65 strength. What about you? 71 strength. So I should definitely do the augmented. Slaying is for all melee DPS classes. Okay, so I do get the slaying ones. The die stuff isn't as good. Yeah, I just double checked. So slaying it is. So we need slaying earrings. Slay. Slay! Choker of slaying. Bracelet of slaying. And then probably 2 rings of slaying, but let's see. This is probably a high enough item level. And then we update gear set. 377, what is our red mage at? We'll base it off our, oh yeah, our red mage is 371, so this will be high enough. You also need body armor, yours is all gray. Well, this is high enough. But maybe going towards those poetics would be a good idea. I need more tombstones, but I can always do those off stream. Okay, we're good. Now we gotta get our little bum back there. Gotta waddle our little booty back to Lakeland, right? Ray, you couldn't have typed that like 30 seconds sooner. You couldn't have typed that literally 30 seconds sooner. I'm blaming you for this. I am accepting no responsibility. Might as well get one more ring. Fuck. Really, there's no reason not to, but you can use duty support from. No way. Shadowbringers. I don't know how to do it. It's a different menu. Confirm. Separate menu from Duty Finder. Oh. Duty. Oh. Average item level was 370, so we just scraped over it. We just barely scraped over the item level required. I hope we'll be okay. I go back to work. Bye-bye. Froggo, I love you. Have a good day at work. Muffin, I'm actually pretty sure that I did buy 2 poetic rings for my sage of the same kind, and it worked. Oh god, there's cocoons here. Oh no. There's so many cocoons. Terra Adventures! Jax, they're going so good! It's good to see you! You could do 2 times poetic rings. I thought so, because I could have sworn that's what my sage is using. Correct, can have the same ring except for current content. I have it hotbarred, you just need to drag it where it's listed in the menu and one of the sidebars. That's a great idea, Izagi. Banger tunes, let's go. Okay, charge! Do I have to pull? Oh no, this is gonna teach DPS bad habits. It's the same one. It's the same one from earlier. I noticed that clipped wing. Oh, I'ma fuck it up. Oh, I'ma kill you. I'ma kill you. You don't even know. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. Oh, that's so awkward. I pressed the wrong button. Let's try that again. Q for single target. R is flank. F is rear. How can I brain memory that? Fuck the rear. That's the way I'll remember it. F for fuck the rear. R for the frank. Why would I not just swap these two? I'm just swapping them. F for flank, R for rear. Boom. That's way easier. Why don't you just quiet you? Oh man. I will not stand for this slander. So we go E and we do 6. Pretty cool. All right, I'm getting it. Are we mocking Terra? Always. Always. What? Guys, what's happening? Why aren't they wall-to-wall pulling? What is this? What's happening right now? I like their AoE, dude. The Grim Swath. It looks so, like, peaceful. The animation of it. It's just like a swath, for a lack of a better word. Honestly, not wall-to-wall in this is probably better and safer. This dungeon hurts? Okay. Wow. Wait, is stuff actually gonna get, like, really hard? I love seeing other Reapers hotbars though, it's fun. Well, I'm a red mage main, keep in mind, but we're leveling Reaper like alongside, because why not? Yeah, wall to wall will get you killed, damn. It's like a swath, but grim. Who would have thought? This dungeon first pull in particular is very mean. Like the bear? Just order some cookie dough to support a fundraiser for your friend's kiddo. Look at you, Mac. What a good bean you are. All right, let's hit this. Then we hit this. And then 6 is the only thing that's a little clunky for me right now. I will muscle memory it eventually when I'm AoE in. Hang on, the music's actually good though. I disregard your directionals. A lot of fresh tanks die here when they pull all of this. No kidding. Even with their mitigation. Ah! I'm dead. Help me, Crystal Exarch. Also, why does he not have a name yet? It's kind of upsetting me. Flank. F for flank. Yeah, this was definitely wise to do it this way. R for rear. Yeah, I like this. That button setup just makes sense. It just works. It's in my brain now. Remember before I was saying it feels clunky? The rotation is making sense. Love to see it. R for the rear. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. It's because he's super mysterious. Wow. So hot, super silly, sexy, random, and mysterious. Because he sus. First pull is rough on tanks and healers, to be honest. Meanwhile, us DPS are just like picking our noses like, I hit things. I hit it with my buttons. I will swathe them. Guillotine has such a cool animation. Let's do it again. That's so cool. The game does teach bad habits for pulling, making most trash mobs so easy that you just get all of them. Yeah, we did a lot of dungeons with people from chat, and they were able to just like pull like so much all at once. Multiple pulls scared Terra. They do! More like kissable Exarch, am I right? Yeah, pretty kissable. Have you seen those lips, Ray? Have you seen those lips? They're pretty kissable. Help! So many little sin eaters. Actually, we should probably double up on that. Let's gently swathe them. Right, you wonderful beings. I'm gonna head to bed. I love your faces. Enjoy MSQ Terra. I'm having a blast. Muffin, thanks for popping in here. I hope you have a good sleep. It's good to see you. Guys, I'm gonna say it. I like Reaper. I like it. It's fun. Is it better than Red Mage? In my heart, no. But I do like it. I will have a lot of fun playing Reaper in between. I'ma kill you, motherfucker! Anyways, Reaper is fun, is my point. Reaper is fun, and I will have fun when I'm playing Reaper. But Red Mage is still, in my heart of hearts, my favorite class. At this level, most tanks should have found their mitigation skills, so even the first pull in here should be wall-to-wall doable, but probably very stressful for your healer, so maybe don't do it. It's very cool. As long as you don't care about endgame raids and damage, Reaper is amazing. I mean, I'll probably raid casually, so at that point I don't think it'll matter if I'm playing Reaper. All right, let's fucking kill it! Let's kill it! Yeah! You turned around. Oh, you fucking messed up my positional. I'm miserable. Banger music alert.
Leave the healing to me.
Leave the healing to me. Ah, Alfie. The cute bean. Whoa, cool. Oh my god, AoEs.
Focus. Release.
Alfie, best boy. Red mage, summoner, black mage. I thought black mage was understandably the hardest to play because Yoshipi's a masochist and he wants his baby class to be the most hard. F for flank. Oh, this looks like it's gonna be messy. R for rear. What in the... Good thing I can still harp over here. Reaper feels fluid once it gets going. It really does. When you alternate between the two, like Gallows and what's the other one? Give it.
Let's give them a go.
Alizé! My limit break! You guys weren't kidding. She's fucking limit break hungry. What's wrong with her? Oh, Jesus. What in the hell is going on right now? What in the world is going on in the House of Commons? Flank. Rear. Boom. And we're good. Oh, I keep letting my, what is it called? Death's Design fall off. Sloppy. Alizé's such a pain. Oh, did they already warn you she will steal it? Yes, Izagi. They did warn that she's very hungry for limit breaks. I didn't listen, though. Here's the flank.
Sloppy.
Please don't aim for me. Please, I will scream. Ah! Run, Alpha, no!
I'm with you.
Terra, I have a macro and I can get it before Alizé. Alizé, you fucking thought. Literally. Literally. Terra, I just put a diagram in Gaming Central in Discord showing positionals and the difference in the target. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see this. Ooh. Hang on, let's pull this up on stream. Let's look. Positionals. Stand for rear, stand for flank. So you don't have to move that much. Back of circle closed means there's no positionals. So with this kind of mob, I can hit it from literally anywhere, like positional and get the bonus. It's only ones that have like a gap. Yes. Oh. Okay, cool. You can also just stand in the middle. True North will give the bonus. Cool. Okay, okay. Cool, cool, cool. Thanks for sharing. This is helpful. I can try and angle myself here. Boop. And then I just like one step over and I can get the bonus. Binder of Scouting. True North spam is there for people who don't like moving around too, yeah. But I think I would run out of True North usages. So someone help! This is fucking cool, dude. This whole like town siege. We're coming!
So be it.
We're coming, Doyle! Cool. I like Reaper. It's starting to make sense to me. Sometimes bosses you can hit positionals and do mechanics, so that's when True North really shines, right? I missed the Tesla port. How did Terra react? Not well. I did not react well. We'll just say that. Terra was a little bit upset. Although I was most upset when Alize started speaking. I just don't like when people blame themselves for situations that they have no control over. That's what really killed me. True North is low-key vital in some Savage content. Well, yeah, with all the circles and the crazy and the DDR going on, there's no way you could hit all your positionals. A lot of torso on the edge of the arena mobs are the full circle with the arrow inside. That's why I point out the arrow also. Gotcha! One thing I've learned is after you unveiled Gallows, or after you Gallows or Grimswathe, you must follow it up with like one of the 3 that highlight, because otherwise it looks like you lose the combo and it doesn't let you do it anymore. Treasure coffer behind me? I didn't even see it. Oh, I see it now. Thank you. Alright, while they fight, I'm just gonna go. Boop, 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 boop. Don't mind if I help myself. They're like, bro, our DPS is running away. My eyes are starting to strain. I'm gonna log out and relax. I watch the rest of the dungeon. Let's go, Jolly! I know treasure coffers are actually upgrades in the MSQ. Yeah, I saw I picked up of casting, and I was like, good, my red mage can use that, because I know my red mage will need it. If there's 2 targets, is it still worth it to AoE? Looking at the potencies here, it looks like it's better to single target. I think if there's 3 targets, it's worth AoE. Only for healers. 2 targets for most jobs, use single target. Gotcha. But 3, that changes the equation, correct? Yes, 3 plus AoE. Got it. My rule of thumb is 3 plus AoE, less than single target. Got it. I know I'm starting to get a class when I'm looking down at my bar a lot less, and that's slowly happening with Reaper. If, like, when I was first playing, I was literally just staring at all this. Now I'm able to look up a bit more. If you play Scholar or Gunbreaker, you AoE on 2. That's actually good to know because I do intend to... fucking sad. I'm fucking sad. No, dude. Okay. Oh yeah, hey Tara, remember Tesleen? I was afraid of this. I'm sad as hell, dude. I don't even remember what I was talking about. I'm fucking sad. Real sad boy hours, who up? Hit me. Literally, Monsa, literally. Oh, what is this shit? Blue? Blue and red? What's happening? 1, 2, 3, 4? What's happening? I see. Damn, music actually banging though. Fuck you, Alizé! It's mine! I actually got it. Terra killed my memes? I'm sorry.
Leave the healing to me.
I knew somewhere DPS game on 2, but I couldn't remember which ones. So healers and Gunbreaker. Pay attention to Alizé. I guess I should read their dialogue, hey? So this is where you went, is what she said. She hasn't said anything since then. Not all healers. Oh, fuck. Can't even blanket statement it. Alfie! Why would you bring the AoE there? You wacky beetle. Ouch, dude. I love you too, Jolly. I'm only like half aware of a conversation that's going on in here. Sorry if I'm not fully following. Oh! Alfino said, Alizé, you've gone pale. I'm fine, we should keep moving. Alizé! I'm gonna emote at you. Panic! I'm of the opinion that all classes AoE should be a DPS gain on the same number so you don't have to keep track of which is which, but that's not a hot take by any means. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think a lot of people would be in agreement with you there. Lakeland Trousers of Casting, probably an upgrade. Don't do it! Oh! Jesus! That was so quick, dude. Dedge, literally insta-dedge. So someone with a bumper sticker that said, show me someone who hit the world and I'll show you someone who worked in retail. No, it's too real. It's too real. It scares me when they aggro to me and the Crystal Exarch takes like a second to grab them. I have a momentary heart attack every single time. Oh, I didn't mark these ones. Whirl of Death and Shadow of Death. I need to think of them more all the time. That's 10% damage that I'm just losing for not having them up. Sloppy is what is.
You underestimate me.
I hate all things in customer service. Yes, hello, me too. Fun, are you back? Felt so good when I was on my last week of working behind a fast food counter, knowing that if someone would start shit, I would just smile at them and tell them to get the fuck out with no consequences. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Tronga. Let's fucking go. So the only thing that's a little bit clumsy right now in my rotation is reaching for 6 for guillotine, but I don't really know what to do about that. I don't necessarily have a better place for it on my bar. G for get the hell away from me. Would G be easy to hit? I could do G. G makes me move my hand just about as much as 6 though, so it's not a perfect solution. Whoop. G for get go instead. 6 or I guess G is a little closer. Looking down at the keyboard, it's a smidge closer than 6. Mood, I'll be passively rude if they come at me. So you guys know that I work retail, right? My one thing that I always hold true to, if somebody comes to like a full service situation and tells me I'm in a hurry, I intentionally go slower. There are like faster options always available to these people, and instead they come to the full service section and expect you to work faster because they're in a hurry, because they didn't manage their time. And it's like, nah. We going slower. We going slower for you, bestie. You tell me you're in a hurry, I am now going 20% slower. Not perceptibly slower, just slower enough that I can feel good about it. Gonna get Terra that giant enter key button. Let's do it. Terra, fuck this. I need a macro pad. Bellum. Yeah, it's me. Your lack of planning is not my emergency. Literally. Should have left work for 10 minutes earlier like I did. It looks like a penis. Exactly. I've had people tell me they're in a hurry and I'm like, okay, then why did you come inside? Literally, like, don't make it my problem. You should have planned ahead. That being said, there are people that, like, you can tell, but they don't say it. Those people I don't mind hurrying up for. It's all to do with... It's all to do with their, like, politeness. Banger alert, hello?
So be it.
Absolute banger alert. Jesus. Him have a thick tail though. Oh, what is going on? Ooh, him be bouncy.
Focus. Release.
Extra thick. Whoop. Oh, that was supposed to be a flank. My bad. Ah! Help! Help me! I was a stinky. Terra, I yeeted. I really did. I got yoked. Stack up, y'all. Youch. Whoop. Oh, it's one of them spinning moves. I was warned about these. Oh, you turned towards me right as I was about to flank. Yeetus deletus. I was ready for it that time, mister. Fool me once, etc., etc. I also don't know what this is, and I'm scared.
You underestimate me.
Fetters. Unable to execute actions. Help! Break the chains, you stinkies! Ah! Alright, we're fine.
There'll be nothing left of you but a smoking crater.
Alize, you stinky! I was waiting for that. Who made Alize this way? Who decided that she gets every limit break? On guard. I have to get up early tomorrow, so I'll go to bed. Kyo, have good sleep. Kyo, it was a pleasure having you. I hope you sleep good and comfy and have good early morning time. Alice was like, thank God Terra has fetters. It's mine. Stinky Alice. I should leave you to this AoE by yourself. You stinky lady.
On guard.
There we go. Whew. dun, 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 dun. Not happy. We sad. His tongue matches your hair. My type, I know. New bosses I know. That was a really fun boss. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any dialogue there. Nope. No dialogue I miss, I don't think. Waking nightmare indeed. We are close, be on your guard. We stand in the presence of a light warden. Oh, if you walk up to them, they have a line. What? Oh, I thought the body vanished. It was no less than what I expected, but well done. Rest well. Oh, Elise, I hug. I give hug. I forgot what she said. A light warden gone. I can scarce believe it. I'm sorry I couldn't bring you with us. I think it's because I'm not a healer. I think if we were a healer, Alphino wouldn't have come. It's triggered by proximity to him. Gotcha. I mean, on one hand, I'm really glad that we came in here with Alize because she got the closure. She got the closure that she so sorely needed. You are celebrating, you are sad over Tesleen, yeah. Lakeland Oh, astrologer weapon, that makes sense. That's what I like, is that when you beat the Light Warden, you won, but you aren't happy, exactly. You're like, we did it, but at what cost? Well, we know what cost.
It's releasing its ether! Fall back! We cannot let it touch us! Quickly, my lord, we must withdraw!
That will not be necessary, Captain. Though I appreciate your concern. The eternal light of these creatures has confounded us for nigh on 100 years. For each we have put down, another has risen up in its place.
Okay.
Born of the self-same ether, relinquished by its predecessor.
Yeah, so what's our solution?
But now we have a way to contain that corruption.
Oh? In me? Question mark? Is that safe?
The blessing of light. And the hero who wields it now stands before you.
I am the warrior of light. I have the blessing. Doesn't mean that I should eat this much light. I'm a bit full, actually. I think I have all the light that I need, thank you. Yup. Huh. Yum yum yum. Tasty. Yum. Yes, come into me. Oh, I liked the angle that it was at because it looked like it was coming right into me. Huh. I didn't even think of that for a second. That literally didn't occur to me for a second. Coming to me.
Behold, the monster's power is broken, and the world twisted by its touch returns to its rightful form.
I got goosebumps. Yo, that's so cool. Holy shit, riding home. That's how you make light foie gras. First time you finished Switch, you got chills? How can you not? That's so cool. Sunglasses makers in shambles. The sunglasses economy falling apart. Same with those like little night eye cover things. whatever those face masks, night masks. Shambles. The economy will never recover.
What's happening?
It's so beautiful.
The sunless sea.
Sea of stars.
The warrior of darkness has come.
The Shadowbringers did say, I must become the warrior of darkness. And then he was a dark knight.
Is that what I think it is?
Yeah.
The night sky. As it should be.
Who are you people? You killed a warden, then bathed in its ether as if it were a spring shower, and now the sky? The legends are true. My lord?
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one possessed of her blessing. For you. You have vanquished the Light Warden of Lakeland, and for the first time in a century, darkness has returned to the mantle of night. Without the ever-present light to sustain them, the Sin Eaters will have no choice but to retreat.
First! Hi, Val, welcome in. There's no warrior of darkness, he's a potato of dark soil.
Yet our victory is far from complete.
Yeah, there's other
Though
wardens.
darkness has fallen here, the other wardens yet bask beneath burning skies, feasting upon what little life remains.
Okay, well, I'm down for his plan now that I've
Even
seen what
should
can
it cost
happen.
me all I have, I would see each and every one of them slain, that this world might be spared from oblivion.
After what happened to Tesleen, I'm in
for the
agreement.
source as well. Save one, and we save the other. But, be that as it may, I concede it was wrong of me to summon you to this fight against your will. I swear, on my life, I will one day atone for that deed. But for the present, I beg you stay and see this fight to its conclusion. Cast down the wardens and restore darkness to the first.
Absolutely. The boy! I will become the warrior you need. Sounds like a glorious adventure. It seems I've no choice but to fight. I'll become the warrior you need. Artbert!
On behalf of the first, I offer you my deepest thanks.
Jolly, have good sleep. Have good rest of Shadowbringers trauma. I will. So far, it's just been really cool. Other than, like, you know, like the whole Tesleen thing is not so good, but this made up for
I
it.
understand there is much at stake here, Exarch, but why do you risk yourself so readily? It must have been a dangerous drain on your ether to summon even one person across the rift.
My ghost boyfriend! And the Kaisher sawing his arm. Oh my god, the Kaisher sawing his arm. Yeah, we won't talk about that.
People, of course. To give the Crystarium the tomorrow it deserves.
That is true now, yes, but the city had yet to be built when you first called forth the Crystal Tower. I'm simply curious to know what prompted you to commit yourself so completely to this particular course.
Well, to save the first and the others. Or is it deeper than that?
There are things which we can ill afford to lose.
Time for you to lurk in bed. Have a good Shadowbringers, guys. Agree. Enjoy your unwind.
And I sensed from the first that I had a part to play in preserving them. Forgive me. I fear the events of the day may have taken their toll.
Oh, him
Despite
sleeping.
appearances, I am an old man. One burdened with many difficult memories, some too painful to recall.
Well then, I'm sorry for pressing you. It's a family failing, I'm afraid.
One which has served us well more often than not. Needless to say, we will continue to fight at your side until the last Sin Eater is defeated.
Come then. my warriors of darkness, let us gather the surviving villagers and make our way back to the Crystarium.
What surviving villagers? Like three of them got out and didn't get turned into Sin Eaters. All right, you two, come with us. We're going back to the Crystarium. Literally 2 people. Wait. Okay, wait, there's 2 more. Just saw your Discord post, M Stinky Streamer Boy today. Yeah, because my water was off like all day. I love Lakeland's night theme. Oh, it's so good. How quickly you've justified my faith in you. So many lives saved, and the sky itself heralds your success. A single victory in a larger struggle, perhaps, but a momentous one nonetheless. And we're level 72. Hell yeah. Arcane Circle. Arcane Circle? Big Ben gif. Also, Vel, I'm sorry you got my headache. Drink lots of water, eh? Now, as for how we proceed from here, the villagers we evacuated earlier have arrived safely in the Crystarium. They seem to be accepting their situation for the moment. Most folk are far too distracted by the sky to worry about their wounds or lost homes. They whisper and wonder if the warrior of darkness has come. 'Tis to be expected. Sir, I must ask a favor of you. Would you be so kind as to conceal your involvement in this endeavor for the time being? Seeing the light recede from Lakeland is a momentous occasion, and many will be swept up in a maelstrom of excitement and confusion. Should you come forth as a legendary warrior of darkness, I fear that, no matter how good your intentions, such an appearance would throw the city into disarray. I find myself in agreement with the Exarch, although my concerns are more focused on Yulmore. It may be best if you maintain a low profile until we see how VOD 3 responds to all this. Having the water cut out is the worst. I'm a big boy, and not showering 1 or 2 times a day is just bad for everyone else around me. Drunken, I feel you. My thanks. Though we cannot freely celebrate your success, pray allow your heart to be buoyed by the joy of our citizens, a joy you surely brought into being. And I must ask the same discretion of you, Captain. 'Tis my intention to share with our people the tale of a great warrior who stood in defiance of the Sin Eaters. This unnamed champion defeated the Light Warden and has since departed for parts unknown, yes? As you wish, my lord. Your penchant for mystery is nothing new, and I will encourage folk not to question this either. Although I expect to be told the whole truth of it one day, about all of you. Yeah. Our little nod. We're like, yeah, we'll tell you. With that settled, I shall return to the Crystarium and make an address to the people. These explanations and adjustments will consume much of my time, so pray take the opportunity to rest and recover from your exploits, and to think you'll not even need to shutter the windows to enjoy a dark and peaceful night's sleep. Wait, it's no longer perfect for G-pose anymore. Well, actually, nighttime scenes are kind of great. Never mind. I must stay behind and coordinate the evacuation of the remaining survivors. And I hesitate to ask after all you've done here today, but could I ask you to pass on a message on your way to the Pendants? Please let Braggy know we're bringing in a number of injured, and that any restoratives in the markets need to be reserved for the infirmary. Vel, that's perfect. That emote combination, literally perfect. We should start making our own way back to the Crystarium. Slowly, mind you. It wouldn't do to arrive too soon after the Exarch. I'm staying behind as well. There's something I need to check in on in Holminster. Can I go in with you? We already went through the village top to bottom, Eorzea. We should take all the chance to rest, you included. I knew one of those eaters, and I can't rest. Not now. Can I go with? So please, I wish to be left alone for a while. And that means you as well, sir. I shall be cross if you try to follow me. I promise to find you later when I feel myself again. I've never replayed quests though through New Game Plus, but could you maybe change the sky back with that? Oh, that would probably be a way to do it. How do people communicate without emotes? I don't understand. It's literally impossible. Sometimes that's the extent of my full conversations in chat. Just emotes? Yep. Just you and me then, shall we? Oh, you got the thingy! You got the flower thingy! It looks really pretty at nighttime in here. He's the Derplander! He's the Derplander. Dude, I wish you could make the Derplander look as cool as the cutscene Derplander. I mean, the cutscene Highlander. I'd be grateful if you could pass along that message to Braggy. He should be standing in his usual spot in the markets. Okay. Did I? I did a tune there. Okay, good. The Crystal Tower looks so pretty over there. Let me guess. Cash shop? No, yes. If it's pretty and it's shiny and you like it, it's probably cash shop. Hang on a second. Oh, ceiling's in the way. Sheesh. Very pretty. Hi, Alfie. I keep forgetting about New Game Plus when I want to take G-poses from the top of Kugane. There's really opposite worlds. In this one, flowers deliver the men. Yeah. Yeah. This first is very strange. I trust flowers. Well, the Crystarium seems relatively ordered, wouldn't you say? The Exarch's speech must have been reassuring to hear. On the contrary, there is something jubilant in the air. I have a feeling this night won't be quite as peaceful as our hooded friend predicted. I think I shall take a brief stroll around town before retiring to my chambers. Once you've discharged your duty to Braggy, I suggest you do the same. Sleep well, sir. I hope untroubled dreams find you in Alizé both. Alizé especially. Whew. Did the music in the Crystarium change as well? It sounds different. New town music. Okay, I thought so. Mac, your whole bit about using or not Mac, sorry, Charon, your whole bit about the emojis being hieroglyphics. I genuinely hope that in the future, like after some apocalypse or something, future historians find emotes, especially like Twitch emotes, and try and decipher their meaning. Like the information gets lost and then they become refound. Like, we believe there were entire sections of this internet they had where they communicated exclusively through these PPs, they called them. Aye, what can I do for you? Looking to buy a lantern, like every other stumbling soul in the city? It's probably like Ishgard. The town had 2 themes for night and 2 for day, if I remember right. I like it. I like it. Not peepees. I see. Well, Captain Lena can rest assured that any option or any potions I spot coming in will be set aside for the wounded. Hang on a moment. You're carrying messages for the guard. Does that mean you were there then? The Battle of Holminster? A stalwart lad like you might want to pay visit to the Wandering Stairs. Make himself known. I'm sure Glynard can introduce you to some interesting opportunities. Glynard? Glynard? I hope I can be reincarnated to witness that. Same! Bro. I pressed the wrong button again. Bro. Like, it's not something to dance to, but the music is just so good. I'm shook. I'm shook. I'm shook, dude. Val, please don't dance to your white. Hey! Dancing is not about skill. It's about physical expression, Mac. We will not have people shaming people for dancing, especially me. Glitter's in the 1.0 trailer? That's cute. Boom, 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 boom. Vocal version of Eternal Wind from Final Fantasy III. It's all throwbacks. Oops, all throwbacks. I too had a dumb Futurama-esque idea yesterday, as if scientists wouldn't be able to figure it out. We should bury one of those 30-foot tall skeletons and baffle the future people. They wouldn't be able to figure it out. Well, I headcanon it that they would not be able to figure it out. And like, occasionally, there would be some giant humans that we believe reigned amongst the other humans with their big PP energy. Form of energy called big PP energy, yet we don't know what it was powered with. Archaeologists of the future. How is Dungeon? Literally gave me chills at the end, Golsov. When we brought the night, I was like, ooh, little goosebumps up my spine. Oh, I'm glad I didn't talk to him. It would have switched the music. I'm glad we sat there enjoying it. Considering the original was made with the NES sound system as its basic, this one has a few bits of improvement. Yeah, just a couple. Just a few improvements. Minor adjustments, you might call them. Ciela, more beer for table 2, and a couple of pints of mead for table 3 while you're at it. Coming right up. Sorry, we're rushed off of our feet today, sir. Anything I can get? Or can I get you anything? Drinks are on the house. Oh, that braggy has a twisted sense of humor. To think he'd send you to me at a time like this. The first real night in 100 years has folk all riled up and then some. What's more, there was that eater business at Holminster Switch. They say a light warden was destroyed without a damn trace, and it was the warrior of darkness who did the deed. I really must apologize for Glinard. He's been almost as rowdy as our customers, and that's no small feat. A lot of our regulars are bounty hunters, you see. They mostly go after eaters, and the rumor of the warrior's appearance was the spark of their kindling. You know how the weak eaters are drawn to the strong ones, right? Aye, they swarm like angry bees around a queen. You need look no further than Holminster for proof of that, but attacks on that scale don't happen every day. Praise the blessed Shadow. No, the more common threats are the strays. No one knows why, but every now and then an eater will leave the pack to prowl alone. Those are the ones you run in on the road if your luck is foul. They're a danger to everyone, so the settlement council puts bounties on their heads, and our bar here is a convenient place for hunters to gather and share information. Seems a few of them were inspired by the warden slang, even more than most. These are the types who have their sights set on the absolute worst of the strays, a class of eaters that have been dubbed the Cardinal Virtues. The Virtues showed up out of nowhere about 3 summers ago, and when historians heard the descriptions given by survivors, well, apparently they share an appearance with the villains who caused the flood. And if that doesn't send a chill down your spine, they're also reported to be as tough as light wardens, not the kind of prey you can take down single-handed. Our virtue hunters had all but given up, but knowing the warrior of darkness is out there has lit a fire in their bellies. Just look at them. That Hume over there with the oversized sword is Granson. He's in it for revenge. He wants to recruit a comrade in arms as tenacious as he is. The Mistel lad is Lou Reek. Don't be fooled by those dewy cheeks. He's as hard a hunter as they come. He lost a partner and seems to be on the lookout for a new one. That's Serig. Word is, he seeks an expert in magecraft to help fight the virtue he's after. Last we have Giat, dwarf and drunkard both. Wanted to join forces with a healer, and only a healer. Something about needing a mender's wisdom. I've seen my share of competent veterans, and you have that look about you. Maybe you should introduce yourself to one of our hunters. Who knows? Together you might even collect the bounty of a cardinal virtue. Roll quests! Oh, what a time to not be a healer! Damn, dude. Now there's a grand idea. Imagine the prestige my bar would earn if we boasted of patronage of a successful virtue hunter. You have gained access to roll quests. A separate quest line and story is now available for tank, physical DPS, magical range DPS, and healer roles. In order to reach the final stages of Shadowbringers' main scenario, you must complete at least one roll quest line. Speak with Virtue Hunter at the Wandering Stairs to accept a quest offer. Time to go grab Sage! I have Sage, but it's only level 70. And I believe its item level is low. Oh! Wait, we got a hat upgrade in the dungeon. It's okay. I don't love it. I don't love it, but it's alright. Yeah, Sage is really low item level. 311. He needs more. These people are what makes having a tank, a mage, a healer, and physical DPS leveled worth it. I want to be friends with you. Look at you. You are precious. You are precious bean with a big hammer. I want to make small talk with you. Gulp, gulp, gulp. See, empty already. You folks really need to rethink this one flagon at a time policy of yours. I love him. And for Endwalker, they even separated physical DPS from melee and ranged. Damn. To fully flesh it out, eh? The daddy longleg spider above my desk, most certainly alive. I'm just gonna call him Dave. Dave just wants huggies? Yeah. I can't reach him with the vacuum, so he lives there. He's been in this room for weeks. Dave's gonna die. Dave's gonna die there, Mac. You're gonna be Dave's whole life. How do you feel about that? Hollow Pursuits. Do I do this on Red Mage, or do I do this on Reaper, is the question. Trongan, you just answered my question. I won't say why, but doing all of them is rewarding for people into the story. Hello, that is me. It is me. I am into the story. Hello? That would be me you're talking about. It's me. So, what you're telling me is, on Sage, I should begin doing roulettes every single day to keep Sage up. Yep. Understood. I will do that. Thank you. Thank you. May I have another? And I should think about leveling up a tank. Gunbreaker. Does Gunbreaker start at 50? It'd be nice if I get a head start on Gunbreaker. If you haven't, you should watch the 1.0 trailer for the little Easter eggies that are here. That'd be worth doing. It starts at 60. Nice. Okay. So I will get my Gunbreaker going, and I have coffers for Gunbreaker as well. All right. I have missions from you. That being said, I do want to take a little bit of a break to eat some food because I can feel my stomach being furious at me. It's like, hello, sir. You haven't eaten since like 9 a.m. Whoopsies! It is 7 p.m. So I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to scarf some food, and then we're going to do the melee DPS quest since we want to do all of them anyways. If they're not moving, they might be able to live. Mag. You must remain completely stationary and not do anything, and maybe I'll let you live. Okay, I will be back in just a couple minutes. Free!
You again?
Oh my fucking god! Alright, I'm ready to fucking tackle some bitches. Come here! No! I was trying to be cool. I was trying to be cool. Okay. I'm gonna make that jump. Screw all this bullshit. I'm gonna make the jump. All right, we're dealing with all the bullshit. I don't know if that jump is makeable. Who can burrito roll their tongues? Wait, you mean this? Hang on. On potato? Nope, that's another form of potato. You mean, wait. Wait, can I do it right now? Wait, I can't do it right now. This is too much pressure. I can't do it. Wait. This is lewd. I'm done. I'm done doing this. I can't do it right now. I think I can do it, but I can't do it right now. Like that, but good. We good. Victory. Victory squats. Whew, and I heard a hydrate. Oh, Jacob, thank you for the hydrate. Wait, I have to refer to you as rival because we already have a Jacob. So you are now rival forever. Holy shit. Thank you for shout out. That's profanity out there. I'm going to eat. Ow. How? I eat the totals. Hi guys! We're drinking alcohol. We're doing it. I took my liver break. Captain! Hello. Oh my god! Ow! I forgot about this guy! Holy fuck, he's gonna kill me. He's a phantom. Triples it up. Fuck! Oh, goodbye. Later, nerd. You fool! As a safety measure, I have coded that password into an X-ray picture. Holy fuck, I can't. Röntgenogram. Holy shit, somebody help. Röntgenogram.
Am I dead?
Ah! What the fuck was that? I've never seen that before.
That's happened to me twice now.
Oh my god, I'm moving this crucifix to like right here.
That bitch! Oh my god.
Fuck. Was it real?
No.
Oh, I want out. Okay, I'm done. I want out. Oh my fuck.
Oh my god, I thought it was real.
Oh my god.
Belle did it to us, so I had to do it to you guys.
But the problem is I couldn't even see you.
You made it look real.
Yeah, you made it look so real. Oh. Oh. I'm making a sky road. It's official. This is now a sky road. At what point does it break? Oh, at that point. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Okay, so anyways, it breaks. Sadie quest sitting here all along. Yo, I want to do Sadie's quest. Sadie's quest. I want to do Sadie's quest. Is what? Oh shit! Excuse me, sir. Yeah. Excuse me. Pardon me. Just.
Hey, mister.
Hey, mister. Mayo, honey, are you okay?
I will miss you.
I hate this so much.
I can hear you.
Imagine paying for college. Couldn't be me. I didn't do any secondary education. Oh! This is what happens if you don't have secondary education, okay? This shit right here.
How could you do this to me? Question mark.
I am touching myself and therefore I die. Okay, makes sense. Yep, smile. Ooh, brush made from wife, daughter hair. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. Good lord! Can I close that? I want to close that. It's like it's. I'm getting sucked. Fuck my ass. No, I want teddy bear. Oh fuck! I don't like balloons. Bro, they walked away from you? I'll invest. I'll invest. Hello?
What happened?
What happened? the time, Pimp, your timing was 10 out of 10, dude. Excuse me, Piggy. Wait. No, not wait. I don't need the blood vials. Unless, wait. Ouch! Time for two-handing. This is probably what this message says. No two-handing ahead, therefore seek God. That's funny. Is this a logic seed? I think, oh my God. I think it is, Togepi, I think it is. I think it's like slightly. I'm so confused right now, the controls are so weird. See the light where the sky meets the sea, it calls me, and no one knows how far it goes. 1 star. Imagine. Free at last. Get all the fish back to the ocean with some extra friends. Let's go.
I found it, but see her. Why didn't you tell me?
Because she might be telling a lie.
She's a liar.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Axe guy. Ah! Oh my God. Oh, rival. Holy crap. Oh my God. I ate too much food. I ate too much food too quickly. I'm die. This is it. This is how I'm die. I will pet their planter. I pet your knee. And away we go. People fat. Yeah, I ate so fast, dude. Holy Jesus. No greater sport. Lou Reek thinks you might be the answer to his prayers. Wait, you wouldn't happen to be... Edgy Reaper Boy, is me. Hello. Yes, of course you are. 'Tis plain from the way you carry yourself. You're just the sort of man I've been looking for. You're perfect. Oh. Wow, he's coming on strong. A little bit. My name is Lou Reek, and I am a bounty hunter. But not just any bounty hunter, I will have you know. Nay, I am not wont to settle for run-of-the-mill prey. I hunt sneakers. I'm a Reaper Boy for the next little while, yeah. Messaged artist, replied to recruiter. I've adulted plenty. Yep. Time to go full gremlin mode, Mac. You've done enough adult for one day. Gave Dark Souls 2 a solid 2 hours. Never gotten up and walked away from the PC because I was so angry before. Shut it down, left it alone. From then on. Oh my God, Charon. I love the Souls games. But you have to go into them knowing you're going to suffer. Much like I'm going into Final Fantasy, knowing that I'm going to emotionally suffer. It's like same mindset. Not only that, I have recently set my sights on a particular notable fiend, one of the four cardinal virtues, those infamous instigators of the flood itself. Naturally, it will take a considerable strength and skill to defeat such a formidable eater, but I am not afraid to admit it cannot be done alone. However, with the aid of the equally formidable allies, I am confident it can be done. And you, my friend, are exactly the sort of ally I have in mind to recruit. Yeah, I can take the emotional suffering a lot better. Life has prepared me for that. Ah, same. Walk away without a word. Goodbye. Wait, I have money. Lots of money. You'll be well rewarded for your service, on my honor. However, as much as I am certain you are the right man for the job, 'tis only meet that I put your skills to the proof. A simple test should suffice. Pray do not be offended, but you would be shocked how many people present themselves falsely in order to enrich themselves or to impress others. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Lurik! Bam, 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 bam. It nighttime and it rain? Well, it's kind of sort of half nighttime. What do you call this? The dusk? No, that's not the one. Wait, dusk. Which one is which? Dusk is just before night. Dawn is just before day. Yeah, dawn. This looks like dawn. Me like rain. Rain pretty. Me want thunder though. I don't think there's any lightning here. 11 a.m. in game time. It could also be the weather making it appear darker than it actually is. Shiny Ponyta? Yeah. You like its feeling? I like shiny Ponyta. Shaders, Terra. Vel. They're on. They're on gameplay levels, not G-pose levels. Boop, 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 boop. Binoculars. Stone. I'm getting struck by iguanas. Hey, you. Here we are, our proving grounds. You need only slay a beast of suitable ferocity before my very eyes to demonstrate your own. Naturally, we require bait to lure one out of hiding. Oi, my lord, got your package here. Well done, my good man, and here's your payment. Hello? Oh, this? The bait in question. Oh, that makes sense. Easier to have it delivered than take a detour and pick it up myself. Rather more efficient as well. Time is money. Now then, you need only place it in the open and slay whatever comes to claim it. I cannot imagine it will take long for something to come hither. Okay. Wait, iguana meat? Aren't we literally surrounded by iguanas? Couldn't we just have killed, like, literally any one of these iguanas? Oh. Ooh, ravenous Smilodon. Oh fuck, I forgot to hit it with the Death's Design. One day I'll remember. Wait, you can click the little picture and not go into the... Yeah. Yeah, you can click the little, like, up here in the quests. It's super convenient. Going into the inventory is a pain in the bum. Fantastic. I knew I was not wrong about you. Come, let us return to the Crystarium at once. I kind of like our little half crown thing we have going on. I miss the eye patch, though. I'm back. The pendants. Only have done 2,000 hours and 95% of all side quests in the game, and never clicked the little uh-oh. To be fair, I forgot you could do it. Somebody reminded me a feast? For me, sir? Yeah, somebody reminded me a few streams ago that you can do that. I was like, oh yeah. Congratulations on a kill well made, my good man. I dare say this is the beginning of a beautiful partnership. Let us commemorate the occasion with a feast. Eat, drink, and be merry. Grunt, crunch, crunch, snort, grunt. Wonderful stuff, isn't it? My compliments to the chef. Belch. Disgusting! No, sorry. Another helping? No? Are you sure? It really is no bother. Oh, very well. I should like to return to our earlier discussion. That of the virtue I've engaged you to hunt with me. Andrea is her name, and she roams Norvrant in the guise of Renda Ray, fallen warrior of light and renowned hunter of Eld. They did say this. They did say that it took the form of the people that, like, caused this. So, I wonder... Here's Canticle again, just in time for exposition. I wonder if they're somewhat self-aware, these virtues, or if they've just purely taken the image of them. Also, can I just point out the warrior of, or what's his name? Ardbert. Ardbert said shit all at the end of the dungeon. He was there being like, what's happening over here? But he didn't say anything. He didn't even talk to us. He just observed silently from afar. Weirdo. She's a most elusive eater who has been sighted in every corner of the realm. Though her movements are unpredictable, she has often been witnessed pursuing and slaying extraordinarily dangerous beasts. I can well imagine the question forming in your head, why not leave her be? If anything, is she not aiding local communities after a fashion? Alas, no, for the beasts she slays rise anew as eaters, which pose even greater threats to the small folk. So you see, this one wretched sin eater is in truth sowing untold chaos by carrying on as she does, unleashing more of her kind on unsuspecting towns and villages all across Norvrant. Only you and I can stop her. Let's fucking do it! We'll save the small folk. Didn't the Warriors of Light save the world from darkness? Huh? What an odd thing to ask. But never mind all that. Whether or not they were heroes or villains, or whatever 100 years ago, doesn't matter to me. The simple truth is, Renda Ray was the greatest hunter who ever lived, and beating her at her own game would be an amazing feat, don't you think? And regardless of what the Warriors of Light were before they became Sin Eaters, that's what they are now. So we'd be doing folks a favor by killing one. Well, what say you, friend? Will you hunt Andrea with me? I don't want to say with pleasure, because I don't necessarily feel good about it. I hope I live to regret this. So begins our formal partnership. Ah, I can see it now. You and me in the heat of battle, fighting side by side. The picture of courage and camaraderie. It's going to be grand. Naturally, it will take us some time to study and understand our prey. Eaters can behave in strange and inexplicable ways, particularly powerful ones like Andrea. I've been doing my best to get inside her head, to think like a hunter, but it's easier said than done anyway. Anyway, as soon as I've determined where we ought to begin our search, I will inform you at once. The next quest will be available at level 70. I was gonna say that. Here it comes. Oh, is the reward lacking? My apologies. Next time I will see that you receive rather more substantial compensation. Oh, it's available now? I'm level 72. I'm level 72. Let's go! Wait, it's you. It's really you. You actually came. I didn't go anywhere. I didn't go anywhere, sir. I mean, never mind. You're here to hunt Andrea with me, yes? Of course you are. Why else would you be here? And wouldn't you know it? One of my hirelings should be returning with new information any moment now. Greetings, my lord. I am pleased to report that Andrea was recently sighted in A Realm, in the vicinity of Samuel's backbone, it would seem. Apparently, there was a right vicious spider what was giving folks trouble, and now that it's been turned, it's about a dozen times worse. They'd be grateful for any assistance. I see. Well done, my friend. Your payment as promised. Why bother going out and pestering the small folk for news when you can employ others to do it for you? The better to devote our precious time to rather more important matters, I say. And owing to my winning strategy, we may now depart for A Realm and the delightfully named Samuel's backbone. For in pursuing the spider, we may yet find its maker. Val, that quote is cursed. Wait, haven't I been to that backbone? I think I even made a comment of it being like, this is probably going to be for a later quest. I knew it seemed too significant to be nothing. There's a fucking event or whatever these are called, a fate called Pray Destroy the Waking Sands. Do we have to do this? Pray Destroy the Waking Sands? Just for vindictive sake? For the sake of all the trauma that was inflicted on us in the past years? I will destroy the Waking Sands. This one's for all my sprouts out there, currently suffering. You've never seen it? I love it. For all ye sprouts who are still returning to the Waking Sands, I do this one for you. Oh, there's more. Rando, did you come here to join me? Because you were also mad at the Waking Sands. Whoa, that's a cool animation. Increases damage dealt by itself and nearby party members by 3% for 20 seconds. Cool animation, honestly. You have to rank up your fates in Shadowbringers and it was a fun name. That's a good enough reason for me. He looks like a crappy Halloween decoration. Get his ass! Gotta gather them all up. Come here, you. Bicolored gemstones. Fates in certain areas offer bicolored gems as rewards. They can be exchanged with gemstone traders for rare items, some of which can only be obtained via these vendors. Completing fates in these areas will, with the highest rating possible, will increase your rank, which allows you, the local gemstone trader, to offer a wider selection of items. Huh. Huh. Very cool, very cool. Guess I'll sign in and abandon all my quests. Do it, Vel. So Vel, oh, that's such a cool dog. Vel has been playing as like little low level. I think Vel's like level 10 or 11. And was currently grabbing every single quest that they see, and I was like, oh, sweet summer child. Oh no. Oh no. The MSQ quests give so much experience now. You basically only need to do them. You have to do like 60 fates per zone to cap them out. That's a lot. Oh no, this is not WoW. It's so not. I think upon release it was much like that, where you needed to do a lot of the side quests to get the extra experience, but not anymore. So not anymore. But what if I want to do all the quests? And there's nothing stopping you. This is certainly the place. I gather these bones once belonged to dear Samuel, but I see no troublesome arachnid. It being a rather large desert, I had considered hiring a few trackers to hasten our search, but I have yet to spy a place where such individuals might congregate. Pity. Bah, nothing for it but to roll up our proverbial sleeves and do the dirty work ourselves. We shall split up and search the sands for the sin-eater spider. Whoever finds it first may have the honor of slaying it themselves. And should we not find it, well, after we both have searched for a suitable length of time, I say we meet back here. Let the hunt begin. For real, the patch content gives you quite a bit less, but the main expansion MSQs give a crazy amount. Yeah. And I did advise Vel to do the blue quests, because I know I missed a lot of blue quests and missed a lot of unlockables. Ether currents in particular. Add me. I don't remember what your name is. You survey the surrounding sands, but find no trace of the spider you seek. What's the fate called? We have Biowak Attack and Tolba number 1. XX_. Friends list. Player search. Search conditions. First name, Velora. Boop. Gotcha. I've only done the MSQs except for the Aether Current blue quests, and I'm 88 doing 84 MSQ quests. That's exactly why I'm split leveling now between Reaper and Red Mage. People also said don't bother doing healers or tanks in the MSQ. Obviously you can do it if you want to, if it brings you joy and you enjoy it. But they're like, in terms of leveling DPSs is the hardest in dungeons because they just have the longest queues. So instead you play DPSs through the MSQ and you play tanks healers when you're like grinding out. Whoa! Forgiven folly. You be medicated. Let's go, Sweet Lake. Proud of you. God, Reaper's so flashy, dude. Like, actually? Like, it has no business being as flashy as it is. It's so cool. What a hella cool class, dude. Wait. I fully expect to get back there and having our Catboy, Quest Boy, be like chilling, drinking some tea. But, oh, you found the spider, did you? Very good, very good. I also was searching very extremely. Rigged. Actually double rigged, because then Pimp immediately gambled and won. Ah! Help! She looks forlorn. The echo! That's quite the coral with giant antlers, dude. What the frick? There she is, the scourge of Norvrant, devourer of souls, Balam quits. We bring this mark down, they'll be singing ballads about us till the end of time. Never mind the king's bounty, hells, we could buy ourselves a couple of castles apiece. Flanking maneuver, as discussed. Wait for my signal and we'll strike as one. It's a special boss fight in Heavensward. Dude, its horns are giving too much. Damn it, she's on to us. Don't panic, we planned for this. We'll act as decoys while Renderay brings her down. Go, go. Wait, not yet. There's no need to rush this. Oh, they're fucking dead. No. Sod it. Always so headstrong. And their eardrums burst. Bugger me. My head. I can't. Oh! I mean, what were you guys thinking grouping up with 3 DPS? You need at least a tank and a healer. Hello? Girls in other Final Fantasy games cast death. No, no, come back here. Finish it, you bloody bastard. Finish me. She didn't want to live with all her friends dead. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I'll not let it end like this, I promise. I'll kill that goddamn beast if it's the last thing I do. Trauma! The first is a series of weird choices for party balance. The full team is like 3 tanks, 2 DPS, 1 healer. Hey, what was that just now? I've had headaches before, but the way you were thrashing about wasn't like anything I've ever felt. I lived her trauma. By the gods, and I thought we were lucky just to catch a glimpse of Eorzea, but you're telling me you were granted a vision of her past with this power of yours.
You're my superstar.
I came home late because I became a member of the fire department to see the income and expenses and elect new board of directors. I suggested we regularly test the tornado alarm.
Huh? Wait, huh? Waffle? You're a member of fire department? Hello? I'm gonna need a bit more context than that. Waffle, thank you for the 13 months. How are you? A local community thing, cool. Holy shit, I thought you were memeing for a second. 2 warriors killed while hunting a great horned beast. A beast their surviving companion vows to slay in revenge. I have heard this tale before. I know it. It's a common enough sort of tale, I suppose. And regardless, she's gone. Come, let us return to the Crystarium and celebrate your accomplishment. Wait, are you serious? I also thought it was a meme, 100%. I just get to suggest and see how they're doing things for $3 a month. So you are like a fire department patron then? You're not working for them. Got you. Yes, gotcha. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, is this? Yeah, back at the Crystarium. Return! It's still pretty neat, agree. Dude, why was that zone just lo-fi hip-hop beats to chill / watch your friends die to? Amarang bangin' music. Lo-fi beats to watch your friends die to. The table is set, and so I bid you raise a glass with me, that together we might toast your spectacular accomplishment. This guy just likes food and money. I don't like this guy. There's really nothing quite like a hearty meal after a job well done. Drink up, my friend, drink up. Blech. Had your fill? I have another few bottles ready and waiting to be opened. No? Oh, very well. You insist. It occurs to me, my good man, that I have yet to ask your name. So quickly did we forge our friendship that I hardly noticed until now. Fucking rude. Sir Terrabellum. Reek and Sir. Yes, I rather like the sound of that. Reek and Sir, the daring duo, the brave bounty hunters, the scourge of sin eaters. Once we have slain Andrea, not a soul in Norvent will not know our names. They shall ring out across the realm. Ah, but I should dwell overmuch on the victory before the struggle. A wise hunter is prepared and patient. 'Twould be prudent to send double, nay, triple the agents afield to seek out promising new leads. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you're a gillionaire. A gillionaire! Lurik's metabolism is unfair, and they get to keep their twink frame? What is this bullshit? Worried about the budget for our brave endeavor? Well, don't be. I am prepared to fund our activities as needed. No expense shall be spared. None whatsoever. He's a gillionaire, you guys. And yet still only gives me 1,400 gil. Hello? The fuck is this? The fuck is this, sir? Level 74 is the next. Okay, so my red mage could do 3 in a row. Because red mage is 74 right now. MSQ. MSQ. Ooh. Man, I love that. Hell's Ingress is so cool. I like that Hell's Ingress, unlike Red Mage Dash, doesn't require a target. I think that's so useful. Welcome back, sir. I wonder if anyone can sleep in the city in such an uproar. But will you be retiring to your quarters? Yes. Maybe we get to talk with Arbert. Very good. In light of the present situation, I have had illumination prepared for all our rooms. No need to rush to the markets for lanterns or candles. Have a pleasant rest, sir. What in the little moth? Oh, he's got little bunny ears. He's a Lala with bunny ears. Q-Mander is their name. Open the gates. Nighttime! Ardbert, I knew it. Lala Walk, love how they strut in. It's too precious.
So it's your lot's turn to be the warriors of darkness, is it? It's funny how things work out.
Been watching, have you?
Well, I did warn you. I followed you to Yulmore and then on to Amarang. And I was there when you slew the Light Warden. Those white-haired twins who were with you. I remember them from our battle in the Source.
Ardbert is such a good boy.
Are they your friends then? Through thick and thin? Aye. Then I suggest you keep them close. It's when you charge ahead trying to save someone else that you end up losing those you love. Not that you need telling, I'll bet you've lost plenty.
Oh yeah.
But I wonder, what will it cost you this
time? Stop, dude. I don't even want to think about it.
I don't remember when it was that I learned regret wasn't worth the bother. You get numb to it all over the years. The lost comrades, the broken promises, the abandoned principles. Just more nagging burdens to ignore.
I'm still keeping to my goal. I want to see Ardbert smile before the end of the X-Pack.
So this is what the light was hiding. He's here. I must go to him.
Who? It can't be. Minfilia? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark? Meanwhile, inside an Imperial Magitek facility in the Source.
Intruders! Fan out and find them!
Astinian!
Out of my way!
It's the boy!
Stay your weapon. We are not your enemy.
Yeah, I hope he didn't just kill her. Oh, no, she's still alive.
When the alarm sounded, I wondered what we had done to betray our presence. But I see now we are not the only intruders.
Val, my story, amazing returning characters. Valora's story, important pretzel delivery quest. Such is the life of low level. You have to earn it, Val. You haven't been through what I've been through. You can get the title Honest Gillionaire from doing a ton of leave quests. Dude, I kind of want it. Are you winning, Terra? I am kind of winning.
Sir Estinian, I presume. The dragoon who plucked the warrior of light from the jaws of death? Your armor is most distinct.
Much as yours once was. But even without it, I see a former legator still has eyes and ears in unexpected places. Van Baelsar in the flesh. Though I understand you prefer Shadow Hunter.
They're great, Dina.
You are in contact with the Scions, I take it.
Through no choice of my own. They tracked me down and conscripted me to their cause. I swear their receptionist was trained as a spy. Not that anyone can escape that Baldessian woman once she has caught the scent of Eorzea.
He's talking about Tataru, right? Or is he talking about someone else?
If they have resorted to using freelancers, I must assume their attempts to wake the afflicted have failed.
Is he like, I don't know if Tataru is Baldessian, so I don't know. Tataru is the receptionist. Kryl is the Baldessian woman. Thank you, thank you. I was getting it confused in my head. He was talking about Kryl. Okay.
And what of their champion?
Tataru, oh, talking about both?
Away on another business.
Oh man, I love it.
Thus, it has fallen to me to root out any trace of the Empire's new weapon.
So Estinian is behind dealing with the Black Rose while we're off saving another shard. Estinian being bullied by Lala girls. I love it.
If it is Black Rose you seek, you are too late. My people have already completed your mission here.
Oh?
Yet this is but one factory among many. When they caught wind of our efforts, they built additional facilities to ensure production continues unabated.
God damn, dude.
There will be no one left in the lands they conquer. No citizens to conscript. No skills to exploit. Nothing the Empire needs. and they will call it victory.
What exactly does this black rose do?
It kills you. Like, what do you mean?
The gas is described as a poison, but its actual effect is more arcane in nature.
It rips apart your source at the molecular
It was
level.
created to disrupt the ether in living beings, to bring the flow of their life energies to a standstill.
I was kind of close. I was kind of close, to be fair.
Inhaling even the tiniest amount will cause all bodily functions to cease.
Holy shit.
Much as a potent venom will stop a man's heart. Released over a city, Black Rose could conceivably kill every inhabitant. And all without damaging a single structure.
Jesus.
Search every corner! Rouse the barracks if you have to! I want this facility secured!
I have more questions, but now is not the time.
Sir Estinian, I have an offer for you, but I will make it only once. Since it would seem we seek the same answers, you are welcome to join us.
Ha! From what I hear, you need all the help you can get.
I like that person's name.
In case you don't
Schumacher.
know, Varus himself confessed that your empire was a creation of the Ascians.
I am aware of what his Radiance said at the parley. Thus I would return to the capital, that I might behold the truth of this corruption with my own eyes. My path leads to Garlemald.
Him crazy. Him crazy. There's like 3 of them. And he wants to just charge straight into Garlemald. Schumacher. Let me see this Schumacher. Wait, how do I? Oh, respond to friend request. Let me look at your adventure plates. Ah! Unable to display adventure plate. It is yet to be created. But level 83. But level 83. Who are you? Who is this? How do you not have an adventure plate? I'm looking at you. I'm going to poke you. I am poking you. They sent me a cryptic message. Hang on, I'm responding to them. I poked them. They gave me a thumbs up. Who are you? What do you want from me? Nice sunglasses. Terrab 16 sus. I already like them because they have the best Lala standing pose. The hands on the hips pose. I love it. An unwelcome guest. Begging your pardon, sir, but do you perchance intend to head outside? If so, I would strongly advise you not to stray too far from the Crystarium. Word has it Yulmore has dispatched its military to Lakeland. Given the timing, one can only assume... Oh! They said similar looking Lalafell is all. Given the timing, one can only assume they do not welcome the return of night. Even now, the Exarch is in the Ocular, deliberating a response. I'm gonna reply with, white hair, best hair. I love the hop. It's so good. You've met Thancred. I knew you met Thancred quite early because of where you chose to live. Oh, not because of where you chose to live, but because of your starting class you chose. Boom, 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 boom. He's another warrior of darkness. He's a Darplander. I love Darplanders. The smallest, most lethal poison is botulinum, which can kill you with as little as 2 nanograms per kilogram of your weight. Yikes. So Black Rose is basically botulinum. I wish I had a Washoy. I want a Washoy. Darplander. I pet the Darplander. Head to the Ocular! Boom, 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 boom. Daddy! I need to start acknowledging people's usernames more. This person's name is Daddy Issues. Daddy Issues. Love it. Amazing. Amazing. We need to go to the Docile Gate. God, the night theme here is so good. So good, dude.
You have come at a good time. As you may have heard, we have something of a quandary on our hands.
A quandary, you say? Where is that?
Laxon Loft, here in Lakeland. Yulmore has sent one of its airships. They have questions for us concerning the death of the Light Warden. Their emissary makes his way here even as we speak.
I suppose the sky does rather give the game away.
Little bit.
Indeed. 'Twas inevitable they would come knocking. The only question was how soon.
And who might their emissary be?
My lord, I am come with the Yulmoran emissary. May I show him in?
Yes. But who would it be?
A moment, Captain, if you would.
I don't think it's going to be, what's his name, Vothri? I don't think it's going to be Vothri himself. I don't think he's in any position, really, to travel. We'll say.
Gather round.
But who would they send as an emissary?
I do not wish to show our hand prematurely. Forgive me this liberty. Vanish.
No! No, I have so many questions! Oh! Oh! I thought he was sending us away. We're just invisible.
Enter.
Whomst?
Well, well. The commander of the Yulmoran army himself. To what do I owe the honor, General Ranjit?
Ranjit? I don't think we've ever met a Ranjit. No, this is a totally new character. General Ranjit.
The Light Warden is dead, Exarch. Were your people responsible?
Maybe. Oh shit, it's Ranjit. Steam Big Picture got a huge update recently. I'm so excited. Yeah, I've always been mad whenever I accidentally enter Steam Big Picture. Did they make it actually good?
You are clearly in some haste, my lord. But before I address your question, you must allow me one of my own. What is Yulmore's interest in this?
Isn't it good,
His
Waffle?
benevolence, Lord Vothri, is gravely concerned that the actions of an ignorant few may jeopardize relations between man and sin-eater.
I mean, it's not like our relations are even good with them in the first place.
Transpire that the Crystarium is guilty of abetting the villains responsible for this outrage, my lord has decreed that it suffer the same retribution.
I see. Since you have been so candid, I too shall speak my mind. Regardless of who is responsible, the Crystarium rejoices in the Light Warden's death and welcomes the return of the night sky. If Yulmore considers this tantamount to aiding those you term villains, then by all means, carry out your retribution.
Oh shit.
Know, however, that even should every innocent soul in the Crystarium perish, nothing can stop that which has been set in motion.
They're having a standoff. They fighting with words.
folly. The death of one or 1,000,000 sin eaters changes nothing. The world is dead.
Yeah, exactly,
And
Moon.
writhe as we might, like maggots in its rotting course, it will not be reborn. Only by my master's grace may we live out our days in peace.
But yeah, it's just for the people of Yulmore. Literally nobody else gets the benefits of, like, siding with the Sin Eaters. It literally only helps Yulmore, so why the hell do the rest of us care? Big picture is less garbage now. That's exciting.
You have made your stance clear. I shall relay your words to Lord Vorthry.
Good.
In the meantime, you would do well to counsel any here who have done more than merely rejoice in recent events, to throw themselves upon Yulmore's mercy. Promptly.
Yulmore's mercy. I was correct in saying that Yulmore is basically just the Garleans 2.0. Oh.
One last matter. We are searching for a young artist and his assistant. Know you of whom I speak?
Uh-oh. No.
An artist and his assistant, no. I cannot say I do.
I don't even know if the Crystal Exarch would know about that anyways.
What a pity. Should they reveal themselves to you, I bid you hand them over at once. My master is most eager to see them again.
After his fucking baby rage tantrum. Bro. He fucking knows! The jig is up! He knows! He looked right at us! What kind of shitty ass magic? We weren't even invisible, we were just slightly translucent.
Am I imagining things, or did he just stare straight at us?
Deadass he did. Hi, Neon!
I fear he did. The General is not a man to be trifled with. He is a warrior of fearsome repute who has led Yulmore's army since before Vorthry's time.
Yeah,
When the nation
Lilith.
still
Aren't you somebody's
spearheaded the fight
patron?
against the Sin Eaters. One does not command the world's mightiest army, and for so long,
Hi, Neon.
without possessing exceptional instincts.
If Yulmore chose to send such an individual, we must assume this talk of retribution is more than an idle threat.
True.
While we are grateful for your support, my lord, we cannot in good conscience put your people in harm's way.
'Tis noble of you to say, Master Alphino, but my people have been in harm's way since long before you arrived.
He's got a point.
Yulmore has ever yearned to rule over what remains of the world. Even should we surrender the Warrior of Darkness to them, they would find some other pretext upon which to invade. The people of the Crystarium know this only too well, which is why, when the time comes, I am certain they will fight to the last man. If truth be told, I would not have been surprised had Ranjit declared war here and now.
Honestly, what we should do is we should go conscript all the people outside of Yulmore and be like, hey, yo, come to the Crystarium. It's pretty chill. It's not like crazy good like Yulmore is. You're gonna have to work, but like, it's better than living down here, living off of bread. I can't help but feel like there's
He
some
may
sort of
have
drug
reason to
in the
delay.
bread.
According to reports, the Yulmoran forces at Laxan Loft were observed taking a prisoner.
Uh-oh.
A young woman believed to be none
Ah!
other than the Oracle of Light, Minfilia.
No! Motherfuck!
It may be that General Ranjit wishes to convey her to Yulmore before commencing hostilities. Having mentored generations of Minfilias, it would not surprise me if he had made her capture his chief concern.
Generations of Minfilias? Generations of Minfilias? Generations of Minfilias. Why is... what? I am, and well, me and the DM are talking about making you the big bad because the clause in your contract being you take all your warlock's memories of his adventure start to finish. Lilith, that would be so cool. Full send if you can do that in the D&D campaign. Full send. I'm annoyed with the healthcare marketplace because email with insurance company my boss recommends. Do you have any coverage through your work, Waffle? Wait, is this the? Yeah, the generations of Minfilias is the bigger confusion.
Ah, of course. How remiss of me. I had intended to speak to you of Minfilia. There is, however, much to say, and precious little time in which to say it.
How remiss of me? This fucker said, excuse?
I think it best that you seek out Maren at the Cabinet of Curiosity. He'll be able to enlighten you.
Okay. How remiss of me, he fucking
Alize,
says.
Would you care to accompany your friend? You doubtless have insights of your own to offer on the matter.
All right. Though I'm still not sure I understand it all myself.
Generations of Minfilias.
In the meantime, I will set about making provisions for war.
I wonder if maybe... They said that there was 4. There was 4 Sin Eaters of the past party. And there was 5 in that past party. Ardbert was one that didn't become like a virtue, one of the Sin Eaters. And Minfilia went back with them. Why is there... I have so many questions. I have so many questions. Has been streaming for 5 hours. Oh, fuck. Mac, I saw your uptime. I chose to ignore it, but I think I'll this bitch ignoring me. I think I will heed your uptime. And despite my mountains of questions regarding the generations of Minfilias, question mark, question mark, question mark, exclamation mark, question mark, I think we will call it here. I think we will end here. Thank you for the hydrate, by the way. I think we will end now because this seems like a whole can of worms that's going to be like big confusion. You would stream for 12 more hours and then be sad tomorrow. True. I am such confusion. Generations of Minfilias. My current running theory, it's based off of nothing other than what they've said, is that perhaps when Minfilia came back, what was it, 100 years ago? And stopped the tide of light? Why would that have made a person? I don't know. The other people became Sin Eaters. Ardbert kind of stayed as like a ghost that nobody can see but us. So Minfilia maybe became reborn as immortal here, but then was reborn again and keeps being reborn? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Checking to see where you are. How we doing? Loving the story still? Staying hydrated? Loving the story? Just recently hydrated. Unfortunately ending now. Hydrate or die straight? I could never. I could never. We just found out there's generations of Minfilias, and I'm currently racking my brain as to what that will mean. But sadly, we won't find out until next Tuesday. Because I'm not streaming tomorrow, because Spess has requested a personal day together. And Saturday we're playing No Man's Sky again. So we have to wait till Tuesday. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. You have 1.5 million, you should redeem end stream? Yes, you should. There's actually no possible way that you have 1.5 million, Bannikin, because I think the highest point owner right now has about 800K? Something like that. Yeah, I'm streaming on Saturday. Yeah, Saturday is No Man's Sky. Didn't I say that? Did I forget to say that? No spoops this week, correct. He took it. My dad is John Twitch. Oh no. Not John Twitch. Wait, Cornelia has a really cute glam though. Look at these boots. Look at these boots. Slash, what the hell do you call those? Slash these things? Whatever they're called. And then we have Brickman himself. Stockings, thank you. I don't know why I drew a blank on the word. And she's got a gun, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. She also has a gun. I did send a gift in 14 because I wanted to give good things. Is that why I have mail? Hang on. Is that why I have mail? Should we go check our mail before we end? Oh, guys, next week, remind me. I want to do the Omega raids. I want to unlock those because I've heard really good things about the Omega raids. So we'll do some MSQ, we'll do some Omega raids next week. Yeah? Yeah. Very nice, very cool. Wait, delivery Moogle? Delivery Moogle? Oh no, I'm lost. Help! I don't know how to get to that Moogle. Is there another delivery Moogle somewhere? What even is this? I don't know how to go anywhere. Moogle's upstairs. You rescued a snotty little Lalafell. Vel, you have. I think I know exactly where you are. Amaro launch? Okay. Vel, I think I know exactly where you are and what snotty Lalafell you just rescued. And how dare you? Also, aren't you literally a Lalafell? How can you say that about your own people? Moogle. Moogle with a blue palm. I'm gonna say it. Blue palm Moogles? Cute. Even cuter than the other ones. Got you a little gift for you being awesome. A rose? And flannel suspenders? Gimme. Gimme. Oh my god. Wait, how do I? Army chest. Look how cute. We just need little hat. We need our little, our flat cap, I think it's called. It's in my armory chest now. Wait, which one? Hang on. Glamour plates. We need this hat. We need this hat with this chest. And I don't know what we'll do for the legs and the shoes. Oh my god. Oh, it would be so cute. It would be so precious and cute and awesome and precious. And did I say cute? It would be all of those things. I think what I'll do is I'll set it up so it can be worn by all classes. I'll make sure I pick things that are all class, like wearable, and then it can be like my generic glam when I don't have a specific glam. We pet the rain. We pet the rainbow. We pet our Derplander, our resident Derplander. Okay. I guess that's it for now. I guess that's it. I kind of just want to like leave it in here so it keeps playing the music here. Oh, but now it's daytime. Hope you love it, gotta stop watching. Absolutely. Okay. Let's pick a raid target, shall we? Boom, 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 boom. Terra, when are you streaming Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer? Terra from an alternate universe is maybe gonna stream that. Terra from this current universe has absolutely zero interest in streaming that. I regret to inform you. I regret to inform you of this news, but absolutely negative, none, zero, not even slightly interest. Boom, 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 boom. Whew. Last night I was laying down in VR chat and this one fellow was a very dommy mommy avatar. Full body, he sat down and he started bouncing. Oh my god. You were talking beforehand, so it wasn't so creepy. It was interesting. Thanks for sharing, I guess. Seems a bit much. Seems kind of a lot. Guys, we haven't raided Becca in a long time. And Becca's live playing No Man's Sky. And that's what we're playing on Saturday anyways. So I'm sending you guys to Becca today, okay? It's been a minute since we've raided Becca. And I usually raid her all the time, so why not? Why not continue with tradition? Boop. Okay, I love you guys so much. No spooky stream tomorrow. No stream Friday this week. It's a spec day. I haven't had a spec day in a long time. And then we're back Saturday for No Man's Sky. And then we get to find out about the generations of Minfilias on Saturday. Nope, Tuesday. I'm tired. Tuesday it is. Okay, I love you guys so very much. Please take care of yourselves, drink water, eat food, take your meds if it's something you've forgotten to do, and goodbye. Mac is the fastest mod in the West, true. I live on the request page. Okay, bye you guys. Be kind to Becca, be sweet to Becca. I love you so much. We'll see you Tuesday. Well, we'll see you Saturday, and then Tuesday for more Final Fantasy. Bye! Bye, I can't words. Goodbye.